Hello guys and gals and welcome. So I just got off work. I did a video on the 2.3 updates. If you haven't seen that video, I would definitely recommend you go and you take a look at my news update video on that because it's very interesting. They're adding a lot of very interesting things, and we can talk about those during the day. Today is new character day for our kinship, and other people are welcome to join us if we have any slots open. Other than the kinship members. I will invite the kinship members first, create a game, and then if you guys don't fill up the game from kinship members, I'll invite some more people in, and hopefully we'll be able to get 8 people. We'll probably spend a good deal of time dropping items on the ground for everybody. Just pieces for you to use to kill things with, which is gonna be nice. It's nice to kill things with stuff. So I'm going to be making a Blade Fury Assassin. This is going to be very interesting. And first I have to choose a name. The hardest part of making any characters, right? The hardest part. So I was thinking she's going to be shooting blades, right? She's going to be just spamming blades. And I was thinking, like, she slices, she dices, she makes julienne fries, right? That's what I was thinking in my head. And I was trying to think of the company name that had that slogan. I'm gonna see if I can find this. That's my girlfriend, my beautiful lady. By the way, if you want a link to the video where I go over the patch notes or the upcoming features or whatever you want to call it in particular. I've got that up already, and it's right here. What's up, Bon Appetit? How goes it, man? We're just getting started for the day. For the day. Let's see here. I've got to learn the name of this. It slices. It dices. It makes julienne fries. Where does that come from exactly? Veg-O-Matic. Ah. It's apparently from the Veg-O-Matic. So we're gonna have to name her Veg-O-Matic. That's that came to my mind, and I was like Veg-O-Matic, but that sounded really generic. And I think that's what she's gonna have to be. So it's gonna be GGM _ veg. I can't do dashes, unfortunately, which is sad. So veg. How are we gonna do this so it looks proper? Can we capitalize? We can capitalize. Okay. Can we use stars? What symbols can we use? Can't use any of these symbols. That sucks. Okay, so we're left with only underscores. We can only have one underscore. We can only have one underscore. Okay, so that sucks. So apparently the name of the machine that slices and dices and makes julienne fries is the veg. Oh, let's see if I can type this one. Veg-O-Matic. The Veg-O-Matic. I'm gonna make her the Veg-O-Matic. Yeah, we're going to be doing a playthrough today. It's going to be all new characters. If we have any room, you guys are more than welcome to join us. I was going to give the slots to kinship members first, but I don't know how many people are online who want to play. Well, we'll find out. First. I got to figure out how to type this. Let's just do veg-O, and then... Oh, we can't do any other like punctuations or abbreviations or spaces or anything. And of course it, I'll just do Veg-O-Matic. Veg-O-Matic sounds good. I was thinking about capitalizing the O. Capitalize the M. Capitalize the O. Veg O. I'm trying to, like, see how I can type this so that it doesn't look stupid. There's got to be something I can throw in here just for. Can I do periods? No, I can't do periods. Can I do a dash, slash, plus symbol, an equal symbol? Man, you can't do anything. What's up, apropos win? Vegomatic it is. Let's go. Vegomatic. Vegomatic. So, I'm going to make a Blade Fury assassin. And Blade Fury is probably one of the weirdest builds I'll ever make. Apparently, Blade Fury does not function with increased attack speed. Blade Fury does not function with with a lot of things. So it apparently works really well with certain abilities. For instance, let me just give you a brief overview. So what does not work with Blade Fury? Okay, faster cast does not work with Blade Fury. Increased attack speed does not work with Blade Fury. Chance to cast on attacking does not work with Blade Fury, and pierces target does not work with Blade Fury. Okay, so that is what doesn't work. What does work with Blade Fury? Well, physical weapon damage, elemental weapon damage, deadly strike, crushing blow, open wounds, knockback, prevent monster heal, ITD, life and mana steal, chance to cast on striking, hit freezes target, hit blinds target, hit slows target, and hit causes monster to flee all work with Blade Fury. Blade Fury has no way of being sped up, so it is a constant rate of attack, and it does not attack any slower or faster than what it is always. So it's very interesting because you can use very hard-hitting, very slow weapons to increase the damage of this, and that's one of the benefits. I've got a lot of good ideas. It's going to be something that I actually want to play. I actually want to play this character. I don't want to rush him through, or rather, her through. So this will be interesting. And I need to get her some equipment. So the first thing we need to do is snatch her some equipment, and her equipment is going to be very specific. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a normal game. And I'm going to put this link in chat for everybody. I'm also going to hop into voice chat and talk with some people. And I'll post this the game name and the password later for everybody. That way you guys can join with us. Let's see what's going on in Kinship voice chat. What's up?
Hello.
What's up?
So we gotta get ready for a new character today. You guys want to join us for new character day?
Yes, sir.
I think what I'm probably gonna do is get a whole bunch of Lobby equipment and drop it on the ground. Right as of right now, the only people who have the password are the Kinship members. So that way we can make sure that whatever's dropped on the ground is actually gonna get used by us.
Sounds about good. Thinking of doing the same thing.
I've got some gore feats here. There's an Aratha's collar. I found this low-level druid helmet. If anybody wants it, that's not really the greatest, but it's all right. Also found this rock fleece. Not bad. Lobby armor.
Nice.
Da, da, da.
Threw down a couple of threads of Cthon.
IK
a couple string of
boots.
ears.
IK boots aren't bad. A little Sure Frost weapon, if anybody wants that. Also got the Karen shard for some necromancers. I'm trying to see if I can get like some really good stuff in here. Just, I don't know who we're going to get. I don't know what kind of characters we're going to have around, but I'm going to hop to a couple characters and drop some things. And that way we'll have a decent amount of equipment for everybody. Speaking of equipment, I think I'm going to use Cleglaw's set for this character, which I know sounds really weird. But I probably have most of the pieces. But I don't know if anybody, if I really need a particular piece. I don't know if anybody's got Cleglaw's lying around.
Can't say I do. I find those and I just throw them away, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, because the gloves don't have any IIS on them. I'm pretty sure I have the gloves, though. Because my Blade Fury doesn't rely on IIS. The slows target and the knockback are going to be pretty crucial. And I'm sure I'll find the gloves, but I want to match it up with the shield and the sword as well. Let's see what else I got. I know I've got some good Lobby items around here somewhere. Hey, +3 traps amulets. I'll throw that on my stash. You know, I was thinking, Blade Fury does get poison damage. And I was almost thinking maybe stacking poison damage on the Blade Fury Assassin. Might be an interesting idea. Just gotta go ahead and grab all these poison damage jammies, and she can just hold on to them for a little while. And if it works out, it works out. Level 15 shape-shifting amulet. What's up, Sebastian? I know I don't stream all the time because I work, and Tuesday night and Wednesday are like my worst days, like imaginable, and that's kind of how it goes, unfortunately. Oh yeah, this little bad boy. If anybody wants this for a druid, that was a pretty sweet hawk helm. Druid club. A level 25 belt. Got another character here. Is the game cross-compatible, George? No, it's not cross-compatible. Unfortunately, it's cross-progression, so I can like hop on an Xbox and we could play together. But if I'm on PC, we can't play together, unfortunately. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna post the name in chat eventually, and you guys can all join. Kelpie Snare. Oh, yes. Freaking love Kelpie Snare. I'm gonna throw that in my stash for my Merc. Or do I want to go with a bow Merc? I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'm using Blade Fury. This is gonna be a Blade Fury assassin. If you've been watching me for a while, you will know that I just don't go with meta builds like pretty much ever. And I think Blade Fury is about as far from meta as you can possibly get. So, there's my level 17 stealth plates. That'll definitely come in handy. Blade buckle. A little level 15 Shadow Disciplines hat. That's right, I saved that. It's got a socket in it, too. I'm going to use that. And what else do I got in here? Amazon is definitely a fun character. I don't... I wouldn't tell anyone not to level an Amazon. I mean, even if you leveled a bow Amazon and you hated it, you could always respec them to a javelin Amazon later. Or if you leveled the javelin Amazon and you hated it, you could do the same thing and respec it to a bow Amazon. They're like two completely different characters. I don't know if anybody needs this IK mall, but I'm gonna drop it on the ground anyway. I usually find so many of them. There's a teleport amulet if anybody wants it. Did you tap it on the wrong password because it's like reflex these days? You must wait 6 more seconds before joining. In a bit, Krillas. Just give me a little time. All right. I want to give kinship members a chance to come in here and pick up what they need. Level 19 belt. 4-socket broadsword could be good for a spirit if anybody needs it. Ethereal malice and a poleaxe. Definitely could be good for a mercenary. Might as well throw Bartux. I don't even know if I really want to use Bartux, but I feel like there's a lot better weapons than Bartux. But I could just I'll put it there for right now. Oh, I got a shaft stop just laying around. Shaft stop. I need that. Ooh, the Centurion. You know what? That actually might be an ideal armor for my my starter character here. She doesn't actually need increased attack speed or anything like that, and the extra health and replenish life and all those nice little effects could be useful. She's a weird one. Vegomatic. She's got a swarthy smile. Just type in !! Discord. Apropos. Alright, Culwin's Point. That's a great Lobi sword. Rogue's Bow. That's actually really good for a low-level Zon. Or something else, actually. Do we have any Zons? We don't have any Zons right now. We got two Necromancers.
You must wait 17 more seconds. How dare you? Come down here and mess with me.
I am overburdened.
Dang, look at all this jank I got over here. I'm actually gonna need an angelic ring and an amulet set.
I did drop a amulet somewhere on the ground.
I mean, I think I got like 1,000,000 rings and amulets. I just
Okay.
I just it's just they ban all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All over the place, spread like the 4 winds. I'm always like, yeah, I got that. You know, somewhere on some character. Like, all right, don't judge. Some sanders. Drop those on the ground. Somebody might make some use out of those. A really decent little pally shield too, if anybody's leveling a pally. And a rattle cage. That's what I was looking for. Need that for my assassin. Yeah, I got a 15% ED superior Etnax. That's not ethereal. Got a +2 Necro circlet here since you guys are leveling Necros. It has +2 with teleport charges on it. I don't know if you guys want it. Otherwise, I have the +2 summoning with teleport charges on an amulet, so I don't need the circlet. But
Sounds good.
bigger.
I've already gotten. Yeah, it's very kind. I've already picked up the teleport amulet. Raven, if you want to pick up the circlet, go for it. That way we'll both have something to teleport with.
I mean, the
Okay.
circlet's a lot higher level, by the way.
Yeah, mine is level 1.
Alright, so I found the angelic amulet, so I just need another ring. There's probably another ring. There's gotta be another ring on like 8 other characters. I usually just save the angelic rings because you need 2 of them to make the that stupid bug effect work. Next. If you guys need anything specific, just let me know. Because, got tons of stuff just laying around. It's what I save all this stuff for. New character day.
Yeah, see, we're getting quick skills.
I did. I already did a news article on it. Ooh, Pluck Eye. Excellent Amazon bow if anybody wants to use that. You put it on your mercenary too. It's only level 7. Ah, there we go. Another Angelic. Steel Clash too, if anybody wants a low B Paladin shield. Palidon. Spirit Crystal Sword.
Dropping a little suicide branch. Nice little casting wand.
We're working on it, Morant Rants. Just give me some time here. Okay, I got a bunch of rings. Does anybody else need a angelic set for their character? Because I got another angelic ring. And there's an amulet on the ground. Sebastian, it's basically that you can wear 2 rings and get the effect twice. That's essentially the book. I don't think they originally had intended that. So the angelic ring and the amulet give you a really nice effect when you wear them together. It's essentially a plus attack rating based on character level. And it's a really high plus attack rating based on character level. Like it's pretty ridiculously high. And so what it does is it stacks with itself. So if you put on a second ring, you get the bonus again. And this allows you to have double the attack rating bonus. So you pretty much don't need any attack rating from any other source. Dropped an Atlantean on the ground if anybody wants that. +2 pally skill sword. And IK gloves go along with those IK boots. And a nice little level 9 belt. And a rhyme shield and a grim shield if anybody wants a rhyme shield. Level 29. I'll probably bring my assassin over here and start snatching some stuff up too. Moser's Blessed Circle. That's good for some Loby noobs.
It's good for hobbies too.
Oh yeah, here's this +2 Necro, +2 Fire Golem wand I found. I was holding on to it for something. I guess this can be that something.
Got my first burr yesterday.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Donate day. I mean, it's not really donate day. It's more along the lines of new character day. So we're dropping items for everybody. It's fun to level up with equipment. That's the whole fun of it. Here's some equipment. Level up with it. I was thinking Vampire Gaze would work really well on this girl. I was trying to think of some helmets that had. She might just end up using G-Face. I think she's probably gonna end up using G-Face.
Probably want attack speed, right?
So Blade Fury is not affected by attack speed.
Oh,
It does not. It is not affected by increased attack speed, and it is also not affected by base weapon attack speed or on weapon attack speed of any kind. Apparently, it maintains the same attack rate no matter how much attack speed you have, no matter what weapon you're using, and that would lead you to assume that you'd want to use a two-handed weapon, but apparently it penalizes you for using a two-handed weapon, which means you don't. Unfortunately, you can't use a two-handed weapon. So it's pretty much just a really high damage ethereal weapon. The IAS doesn't matter. So the highest damage ethereal weapon you could possibly put your runes in, or whatever it is that you're doing.
what about a grief?
Grief does not affect Blade Fury.
Damn.
Apparently, Grief is one of the absolute worst weapons you can choose to use for Blade Fury. It does like no damage whatsoever.
Seems to be one of the worst weapons for assassin. Period. Like, you can't kick it. Can't kick with it. Can't blade fury with it. Like.
Apparently, one of the issues though that I'm noticing is that like when I'm looking everything up, is that apparently Blade Fury suffers from AR problems the same way Kick does. Or at least that's what I've been told. So apparently, when you use Blade Fury, you need massive amounts of attack rating to compensate.
Kick doesn't though, because kick gives you just a ton of attack rating.
I don't
like,
know.
The skill just gives you attack rating.
I guess I'll find out. It's going to be an interesting learning experience with this one. But there's a lot of things that do work with Kick. I mean, with Blade Fury. So if you take a look at the one of the chats, I posted like a comprehensive list of what works and what doesn't work, and it's interesting what does work. So there are some very interesting things that I can use in combination with it. There's my little assassin all resistance amulet. Perfect. I plan to use two weapons so far. Like, they're the weapons that I've kind of decided on. The first one is Death in an Etten axe, if I can find an ethereal 5-socket Etten axe, and the second is I'd like to get my hands on an ethereal Flesh Ripper. Both of those would be ideal weapons for that character. I have a Flesh Ripper. It's not ethereal, but it will work for the time being until I can find an ethereal one. Because all of the effects that are on the Flesh Ripper will transfer to Blade Fury. The slowest target by, the prevent monster heal, the open wounds, the deadly strike, the crushing blow, all of it. It's pretty amazing.
I mean, it's still considered a ranged attack though, right? So like, it
Yes.
takes the crushing blow penalty.
It takes the crushing blow penalty. But it's very easy, since I don't have to worry about attack speed, and I don't have to worry about the base of the weapon. I only have to worry about the damage the weapon is doing. It's really easy to build 100% CP, like super duper duper easy.
Yeah, it's not hard at all.
That's why I was planning on going with Death or Flesh Ripper. I'd really rather have an ethereal Flesh Ripper, but I feel like Death is going to be easier to come by. Because Death has 50% CB and 50% Deadly Strike, and they both work. Whereas Flesh Ripper has all of the effects. Like, it's literally got everything on it. In very nice quantities, mind you. About the only thing it's missing is knockback.
Yeah, that would be good on a blade. Sin knockback would be really good, or hit causes monster to flee.
The other interesting thing about it, apparently, is that it doesn't burn durability. So it doesn't burn weapon durability.
Because it's like a spell.
So you can use an ethereal weapon without putting a Zod in it, as long as you don't use any other skills that might burn the weapon durability. And there's a pretty specific list. Apparently, Blade Fury, unfortunately, burns the weapon. Blade Shield, I think. God, I'm mixing up my items here. The one that has the one that goes along the ground, Blade Sentinel. I think that one burns durability, so I can't use that one with it.
Really?
Or I think it's God, what is it? You can obviously if I had a death is indestructible, so it doesn't really matter. But if you were to use straight up like an ethereal item with no Zod in it, apparently one of those blade abilities, I can't remember which one, burns durability, and it's the one that you want to avoid. Let's see. Just trying to make sure I got all the equipment that I want. Oh, I have a shale acid trellis armor.
Good to see you.
Probably was half asleep and tried to do stealth. What's up, beautiful lady? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm alright. Just started.
Trellis?
What's up, pink kid? Oh yeah, if you take the runes out, you can make a really nice stealth in there. Can't see yourself. Oh. Those pink floofs. She got some really cute pink floofs today. A little bit further this way. There you go. Hellos. Well, get yourself something to eat. She's always starving to death. Made your first treachery mark off? Nice. What's my favorite Transformer? I mean, Optimus Prime is really cool, but I got to admit, I really liked Grimlock. I think Grimlock is awesome. And I like Grimlock's creation, too. Some frost burns. Grimlock's creation, the Computron. Computron, the Technobots. I always thought they were really cool. Who doesn't like the Technobots?
Megan Fox. That's the best Transformer.
She hates Transformers. Did you hear about the like the incident with her and some guy? Apparently, she broke up with the guy because she thought I'm not 100% sure on this one, but apparently it was something along the lines of that he was only with her to meet Transformers. It's a really odd thing to accuse somebody of. I'm just gonna say that much. You're only with me to meet other Transformers.
I just can't see any guy in the world today that would be with Megan Fox to meet the Transformers.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I'd want to go out with her. She sounds like an idiot. When I first heard that she quit doing the Transformer movies, and the reason why she quit doing the Transformer movies, I was like, what? 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 It's like I remember that one actor on Star Trek that quit because he didn't want to only be known for Star Trek. And then there's so many actors like that. They're like, I don't want to be only known for this show. And then literally that's all they're ever known for. Anyway, and they never get any other part in any other show, like ever, for the rest of their lives. Because apparently, I don't, it always works out the exact opposite of the way that they want. It's always. Ooh, it's got such low damage on it, though. I was thinking about that for a starter weapon. It might work out. Got like 18 spirits on the ground here. Have another spirit. More spirits. Who doesn't need spirits? Oh yeah, I got this little level 13 shield too somebody can grab. Malrune from Hellforge. Nice. Wicked Rice. Well, last character. I almost have a full Natalia's armor. I'll be right back, guys. Well, we'll start as soon as I get back. I just need to take a quick break, and yeah, I'll probably post the name in chat here. You know what? I'm gonna post the name in Discord first. Give some people who are in Discord a chance to hop in first, and then I'll post it into to live chat. Give me just a second here. Can't believe I didn't find Clegglaw's claws or freaking Clegglaw's sword. I'm kind of mad. All those mules I went through and didn't find the gloves or the sword. All right, I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. All right, nobody knew he's in here. Nobody's coming. Nobody's coming. By the way, does anybody have some goblin toes? I could use some goblin toes.
There's some gore riders on the ground. I don't have no goblin toes though.
Well, I need crushing blow, like low level crushing blow. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I don't. The gore riders are like 36, I think. Oh, 47.
Yeah, I think goblin toes are much lower. So at least as far as I remember. So 29. I had a bunch of them. I gave them all away. I usually don't use goblin toes because I feel like gore riders are better. But I mean, I'll grab the gore riders for later because I'm definitely gonna need a pair of gore riders on this girl. Definitely. I'll also grab that level 9 belt that's on the ground too. What else we got? Low level Storm Guild shield. I'm gonna use clay gloves. I need the freaking gloves though. I don't even get Italia's mark on the ground over here. I got like the whole set except for the not that I'm gonna wear it on this character, but it's kind of interesting to have the entire set. I'm pretty sure I have the armor sitting on somebody. I probably should have dropped that on the ground.
I have the, well, I just threw the cloth out. I have the armor and the boots still.
I know I have the armor somewhere. I've got to. Because I remember holding on to it for something. I thought I even had it in my shared stash, but I must have off-muled it.
Yeah, I'm kind of toying around with maybe using that on this girl, but I don't know if I can give up the fortitude or not.
So grab a blade buckle for later. It's not a bad belt. It's actually a pretty decent belt. And I really just need clay claws. I can't believe I didn't have clay claws on any of my characters. I'm upset. I need the gloves and I need the sword. I was kind of hoping on the making on the max damage. That's what I was looking forward to, and the slowest target, and of course the knockback effect. I feel like all those would probably work really well with the Blade Fury. And since I don't need IAS, I'd rather use IAS boots, but since I don't need IAS, it's not really a big deal. The Diggler deck. Oh, we got 12 gerbils in here. Gleglaw gloves and sword, basically. It's really cheap items. They're dirt cheap items. Hey, G-Toes. Ha ha ha. Level 22 G-Toes. I shall steal the G-Toes. The G-Toes. Hey. I just need the gloves. Why, thank you, sir.
Why, thank you, sir.
I'll snatch up this pluck eye for a low-level bow girl. I'll do a bow girl for a little while. I'll grab the hawk mail, too. I'll give her those.
There's an assassin circlet over here to the right. And there's a faster cast, 20% faster cast circlet as well over here.
I think I'm going to be running G-Face. I think that's probably what I'm going to be running.
No, I didn't know if maybe you could use it until you got there.
Oh, level 27. It's nice. Yeah, I'll hang on to that for a little while. Oh, G-Face is like 40, right? 43 or something like that.
I'm not sure.
It's definitely a lot higher than 27.
Yeah.
A lot of good things on the ground. There's a woe stave back to Corbin.
Yeah. Just have too much junk. I had to get rid of some junk.
I was actually thinking about using this as my early, like, Blade Fury item, but this is the upgraded version. I'd need the,
Oh, I did upgrade it, didn't I?
I'd need the regular. I could have sworn I had a regular one laying around somewhere, but I don't know what I did with it. Because it has freezes target, it's got hit blinds target, it's got prevent monster heal open wounds. It's got all those nice effects on it that would work well with the effect. I'd have to give up a shield, but I was thinking it would work pretty well, sort of like Flesh Ripper. Well, somebody did drop some Goblin Toes luck, so I think we're good to go on that. Unless anybody else needs some Goblin Toes. Suicide Branch. That's absolutely great for a low-level sorceress or caster class of pretty much any type.
I think I dropped a the spectral blade or whatever with the 50%.
Yeah, Spectral Shard and Suicide Branch. Those are your two like early game faster cast items. Absolutely amazing. Crown of Thieves, Shadow Fang, Meat Scraper, Doom Slingers. Night Smoke's a good belt.
Yeah, I got a few of them too.
One of you paladins might want to grab a Night Smoke because that 50% damage taken goes to mana is freaking bank. Like you never have to worry about mana like the whole time while you're leveling up. Like that's how great that is. As long as you're in there getting beat up, your mana's full. Just gotta get beat up and die. Alright, click lost claw, click lost shield. Not bad combinations here. Got a bunch of nice little lobby items. Should work out nice. I even had this freaking skull cap with +1 shadow disciplines I found. It's got a socket in it. I was gonna put something in there. You know what? I think I'm gonna use Grey Form instead of Centurion. If anybody wants the Centurion for a low level, it's not bad. Makes your character real pretty in red too. I'm gonna switch over to Rattle Cage for the CB. Alright, so I'm gonna assume we are almost ready? We got one person who's flipping through mules still, so I don't want to fill up the game too quickly here. Oh, G-Face is only level 35? I'm gonna have to go grab that off my Barbarian really quickly so I have it prepped and ready.
Oh wow.
What's that?
37 attack rating, 20 life. Small charm.
Oh yeah, here's some more gore feats. If anybody wants some gore footies. Some feetsies and some Bloodfest. Bloodfest, great low level gloves. You know what? I could probably drop in a Rothas set too if anybody wants to run a Rothas. Belt, helmet, and gloves. I'm not going to use a Rothus this time because I'm going to be running Fade. Don't need massive resistances when you're running Fade.
When a charm, it was a damn jewel.
Here's another blade buckle too. Oh yeah, and I got this low-level insight pole axe. If anybody wants it for a low-level merc. All right, I'm gonna post the game name in an open chat here. Pretty and shiny to you, Omega guess. The prettiest and shiniest of pieces. So shiny.
Hello.
You know, a lot of actors do that though. They don't want to take parts or continue to play parts because they don't want to get typecasted. It's just that.
I know. It's just, I always feel like... How do I put it? Let's say you know you're typecasted. And you're afraid you're going to be typecasted, but you're pretty darn sure you're typecasted. Quitting the job that you're typecasted on is probably a bad idea, because that's your only source of income. And then later on, when you try and get another job and you realize you can't because you've been typecasted, it's kind of silly, because you're like, oh, okay, well, never mind. I guess I probably shouldn't have quit that job that I was typecasted for, because I can't get any other job ever for the rest of my life. I guess that's my point. And it's happened to a lot of people who've quit their typecasted job because they thought they were getting typecasted, and then they lose all source of revenue for the rest of their life. Steve Urkel is a really good example. He's tried many times to get into the back into acting, and every single time he does, he realizes he's typecasted, and it just doesn't work out for him. And lately, he started to embrace the fact that he's Steve Urkel. Did you hear about, like, it was a while ago, he sponsored some marijuana place? I can't. You can get Steve Urkel authorized marijuana.
They can't all be Will Smith, huh? Just fucking acting everything.
Who knows? But yeah, let me drop some little piles on the ground here. I don't know if anybody needs any gold, but you're more than welcome. Deck out your characters. Blade Fury can proc just about everything. It's interesting. It's just about everything. It's not everything, but just about everything. Of course, I can't really post this in chat, can I? Never wants to wing it post in chat. It's the freaking. It's not even worth linking that in chat. Like all the formatting is gone, and it doesn't really even show everything.
don't think anybody from Family Matters really went on to do anything else.
Oh, the dad did. He was in Die Hard. He
Right,
was also
Die
in several other movies. He was pretty popular for a little while. I feel like he had some decent roles. In various films. I mean, he wasn't like I don't think he was a main actor in any of them, but definitely a hell of a lot better than Steve Urkel made out. We got Dark Scum. Plenty of good shiny loot still left on the ground all over the place. If anybody needs anything. A lot of different builds these things could be useful for. Definitely. Cold steel eye cutlass. Spin to win. We got to spin to win, Barbarian, ladies and gentlemen. The spin to win.
Jump to win.
But just think if you could combine the two. Spin and jump at the same time.
Spin jump attacks. The strongest attack in any SNES and NES game ever. Truly unbeatable.
Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah.
Did you learn about the Key and Peele reference yet?
Look at Raven over here flexing with his giant gold drop. The what?
The Key and Peele reference you missed the other night. Figured it out yet?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't even remember the reference. I must have been tired.
That one dude in our game, his name was A.A. Ron.
Now that sounds familiar. A.A. Ron sounds familiar. I think I've heard that reference before. It's like a baseball reference, right?
No.
I could have sworn I remember hearing about it in baseball.
It's the Key and Peele reference. The substitute teacher was calling everybody the wrong pronunciation of their names. Is there a D Nice here?
Oh. I do remember that, actually.
Jaqueline? Jaqueline. You mean Jacqueline?
So you hear we're finally getting quick slots? Quick slots, quick slots? I know you already said it, and I already said it, but I wanted to bring it up again and talk about it.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice.
I was in my video, I was like, do you guys realize we only have one slot to use skills on?
From the video they showed, though, in the little thing, it looks like it still switches it. So, like, does that just mean you can click there now instead of having to hit the key binding?
Well, my thing is we've only ever had one slot. Like, for most characters that don't use, like, a very specific ability that goes on left click, like, the majority of us have only ever had one slot, and it sucks. And, like, it just depends on your character, of course. Like, if you happen to use one of those abilities that goes on left click, you're okay, but... And I don't know. I hope it doesn't just do that, because if it does that, then it's going to take my aura away, and as a paladin, I don't want it to take my aura away.
Oh my god, paladins are gonna be broke. I can charge, I can have auras, I can... Paladins are gonna be so redonkulous. When they get to keep their auras and teleport.
They also made some vague comment about announcing ladder. I don't know if you saw that in there.
I didn't see anything in there about the ladder.
Yeah, it was a very vague comment. They didn't like specifically say they were going to announce ladder or anything, but they made a vague comment regarding ladder. Let's see if I can find it real quick. It had to do with the public test server, and
Yeah, I saw that they were going to have the PTR.
it said the primary focus of the PTR will be revolved around fixing database issues and stabilizing our online environment. Once we are confident these fixes are in good place, we'll share more details on ladder rank play. So they specifically have said that if PTR goes well, ladder rank play will come after. So that sounds that's interesting. And honestly, if they're sharing information, at this point, it's like, well, are we looking at you already have a timetable and we're just like working toward that timetable and hoping that everything goes well, or is it like you don't have a timetable at all and we're just making guesses essentially? Like, well, you know, if everything goes right. It's the biggest, slowest weapon. Oh, well, okay. I'll take it. It's a freaking amp damage weapon in the shop. Hot balls. I mean, the way Assassin holds one-handed weapons is like, I don't know. It's a little odd.
She ready to hit you with them.
It's a little odd the way, especially when you're running. Like when you're rushing, she like holds it 18 feet behind her.
She ready, man. She ready to swing that thing.
Let me go get my tomes before I forget. You seem to be more up on assassins than I am. Do you know if poison charms stack with venom? Or does the venom and poison charms work independently of each other?
It decreases the duration of the poison charm to your venom duration.
Which is a good thing? Or a bad thing?
I mean, it cuts the damage out of them. It cuts the damage on them. Like, so if you have a 50 poison damage over 6 seconds, you have to divide that down. You have to divide the 50 down to get to 0.4 seconds, and it ends up doing like 3 or 4 poison damage over 0.4 seconds.
Wouldn't that speed up the rate that the poison damage is applied?
But you don't get more damage out of it. That's the thing. Like, you get an equivalent amount of damage. Like, if you were able to apply it for 6 seconds and you would get the 50 damage, you get the equivalent amount at 0.4 seconds. So whatever your 0.4 is.
Well, because like my build is going to be rather light on points. Like I'm going to be putting 20 points into Blade Fury, which is minimal. It has no synergies, so I don't have to worry about anything in that tree. And then I'm going to be putting 20 points into Fade. That's 40 points. And like there's not a whole lot else. I mean, I'll probably end up getting Mind Blast and Shadow Warrior, or maybe Shadow Master, one or the other. But, like there's really not a lot else for me to put my points in. So I was thinking Venom might be a good choice, 20 points in Venom. But, no. I was also thinking I could just...
Venom's definitely worth.
I could also just give it the Fishy Mancer treatment, which is basically just get Death Sentry with nothing else. Just so I have Corpse Explosion charges, but... I want to see how she runs without Death Sentry. And then if I need Death Sentry, I'll put it into the build.
I mean, if you take Death Sentry, you're just going to cast it. Like, that's just what's going to happen.
Yeah, I know. And I don't think she's going to have any trouble killing things, but I think she's going to have trouble killing massive numbers of things. I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be a similar situation to the Vengeance Paladin. She's gonna have no trouble killing one target, and she's gonna kill bosses extremely fast. But she's not gonna do well in like cows or something like that.
Yeah, I would definitely say you probably wanna go with Death Sentry just because you want to have ways to.
Which means I, at the very least, need to go with Fire Blast.
Yeah.
So Fire Blast and Death Sentry, so that's 20, 40. Blade Fury is 60, and then Bait is 70, 80. And then if I get one of the Shadow Warrior, Shadow, that's so that's 100. And then I'd still have like 10 or so points to put into Mind Blast. Or I could put 20 points into Mind Blast and 10 points into the Warrior, whichever one works out.
I'd probably go with the Warrior, just because the Master is just so random. It could mess up what you're trying to do.
Well, the other thing I was thinking about between the Warrior and the Master is so the Warrior's copying me, right?
Yeah, you'll cast whatever's on your clicks.
But the only way that I'm making Blade Fury viable is by having all the equipment, which adds the Crushing Blow and everything else, and he's not going to have that. So having him copy me is probably not going to be the best idea. That's
Yeah, but you would just have it for another target, honestly.
An Assassin Torch. Well, thank you. I'll hold on to it. If you ever want it back, just let me know. I'll use it when I get to level 75. Alright, so we're filling up. I think we've had this running long enough, so if anybody wants any of this stuff, you're more than welcome to it. I'm assuming since it's on the ground, nobody wants it, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. If you need gold, we got plenty of gold. You don't have to sell it for gold. I will drop more gold on the ground, just in case. It's not like you're going to get much here anyway. A whole 5,000 per item, maybe, if that. And we're going to get started soon.
Dragonflight, be nice to have 1 point in.
I was thinking about it. Oh, that's right. I need to get my tomes. Problem with a lot of that stuff though is point investment. Like I'm thinking of like this build is interesting because it has minimal point investment if you do it right. There's hardly anything you're putting your points into, which is really interesting. Of course.
Yeah, I would definitely say Mind Blast is just really nice. Definitely want Death Sentry. You probably don't even need to put points in the Fire Blast, like mine doesn't have points in the Fire Blast.
My problem with Death Sentry has always been it uses up all its dang charges before you have the ability to kill anything.
That's why you don't cast it until you kill something.
And it's just a little. I never liked it for that reason. That's why I like to have the extra charges, so it just at least does something. I also thought Fire Blast could be an interesting alternative to kill physical immunes, and when I run into them. But I was thinking about using Atmoscarab anyway for the amplified damage. Since the majority of my damage is going to be physical, I feel like Atmoscarab is going to be my best choice.
Yeah.
That one time I came across a guy, built a character, completely physical. Like, entirely physical damage. Didn't have any poison damage, didn't have any lightning, didn't have any fire, just massive, just huge chunks of physical damage. And didn't have any form of decrepify or amplify damage. Could not understand it. I'm like, I get it. You got like 18, you can hit, smack something in the face for like 18,000 damage. I get it. It's amazing. I was like, but why wouldn't you throw amp in there? Or decrepify, or put some form of amp or decrepify on your merc. Like, I just didn't understand it.
You just skip them.
And it wasn't possible. We were in the middle of Ubers, and the ghosts were overwhelming us, and he couldn't kill any of the ghosts. And literally there was like 18 million ghosts on top of us, and they were murdering us. And he couldn't kill a single one, so I had to literally stop what I was doing and kill the ghosts one by one with my Vengeance Paladin, which I didn't have any trouble, but there were so many of them, and they were spawning so frequently that it was annoying. And it was just the two of us at that particular point. And him not being able to do any kind of physical damage whatsoever was a huge detriment.
Is there no claw you would use so you can get claw mastery?
I mean, there is like a really rare claw if you can find it. It's basically a fool's claw with it's got to be ethereal, so it's like an ethereal fool's claw with like some other effect on it. I can't remember. And if you can find that, it's like the top item, but it's not. But it's like barely better. The best weapon that I could find was a death, an ethereal death, and an Etna axe, and then the second best weapon was a flesh ripper, an ethereal flesh ripper. And I'm actually really looking at that ethereal flesh ripper because I feel like all the effects on it are going to be worth more than the tiny bit of extra damage I get from the other two items. I mean, you're talking about negative targets defense, negative 50% targets defense. You got 25% crushing blow, 33% deadly strike, 50% open wounds, prevent monster heal, and slows target. I mean, you got literally every effect you could want on one item. Whereas the death is really nice, but it only has 2 effects, and the claw is going to have no effects. It's just going to be massive, massive damage.
I just claw mastery gives you a lot. It gives you a lot. It gives you attack rating, gives you damage, and it gives you a critical strike.
Yeah. So you would at least get critical strike, but deadly strike can take the place of critical strike, and both the flesh ripper and death both have deadly strike on them. Death is 50%, and flesh ripper is 33%. So you've already got pretty much identical what you're getting to claw mastery, and with no points. And that's also the thing. So if I build claw mastery, I've got to put points into it, obviously. So I could put those points somewhere else. I mean, granted, if I found like the most amazing fool's claw in the world with like the right plus to skills, it might be the most viable option. But I doubt I'm gonna find it. I already have a flesh ripper, and I already have the runes needed for the for death. It's not really an expensive recipe. I've got the Vex. The only thing I need is a Gull, which I don't think is going to be too hard to come by. I can probably trade for it. I don't think Gull runes are that hard to trade for. I could probably sacrifice one of my 7% MF small charms for it.
Get you a bow.
A bow? I mean, I had originally considered two-handed weapons, but apparently two-handed weapons get a huge penalty, so... Alright, guys and gals, let's get ready to start here. Let's see. I think we have some people who are... 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 people in Discord chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only one person's not in Discord voice chat, so I guess we'll have to figure that out.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, we got enchant? Lord Jesus, 5,138 damage. I think we're broken. I don't think level 1 characters are supposed to have this much damage. Don't think so. Look at my fire axe. Let's go murder some zombies, shall we? TP up for Den. It's so far away.
So dark. Perfect.
Are they already in here murdering suckers? We want to murder too.
callus and a claw.
What, for open wounds?
Yeah, that could be all your open wounds right there.
Well, I grabbed, what is that? Stupid little axe. That little level, like, Ubi axe. I can't remember the name of it. I thought maybe I could use that, but I was really thinking Click Laws might be my best bet this early on. Oh, I forgot to buy scrolls. Smart of me.
Venom.
For what?
I mean, it's just really it can go in a claw. That's mostly what I was thinking of. But it has IDT, it has prevents monster heal, and it has flee.
I mean, ITD would be nice, but the one thing I've noticed about ITD is it's a crutch. Because then when you get to the bosses and you can't hit the boss, it really sucks.
Well, that's why you'd have claw mastery.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just like, if I was never going to fight bosses, that might be one thing. But one thing I was reading about the Blade Fury Assassin is that they're actually exceptionally good at killing Ubers, because they can apply Crushing Blow at range and fairly frequently, along with open wounds and all the other effects. So you can pretty much just stand back and just spam blades and murder the Ubers. So I need to have at least enough attack rating to be able to hit the Ubers, which is probably going to be a lot. I don't know how much attack rating you need to reliably hit Ubers, but I guess I'll have to find out.
Shadow Killer could be fun.
Hmm?
Shadow Killer could be fun.
What's up, beautiful lady?
Yeah, I would just say you need to find a damn claw to make a claw work, because claw mastery is really good, and you got the points to spare.
I mean, maybe. I really feel like Death or Flesh Ripper is going to be my best bet, though. Eventually, if I find the right Fool's Claw, I might make it work, but I don't know. I really like the idea of using Flesh Ripper. It's an interesting weapon that a lot of people don't consider. And it's, if I could find an ethereal one, it will be very, very close to the top damage that I can get with this build. It's there's really hardly any difference between Death, Flesh Ripper, and the Fool's Claw. I was looking at Parses earlier. That's how I know.
Yeah, even at like level 40, you only get like 191% ED.
Well, that's the other thing, is apparently people stack off-weapon ED because it does affect the physical damage that you output. So there's a lot of off-weapon ED stacking. Small jimmies!
If you get like an F Fool's Claw with level 40 Claw Mastery and Fortitude, be a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
I can't really use any of my skill points right now. It's like nothing I can put my skill points in. This is one of the beat things today.
You weren't gonna put points in a Fire Blast?
I'm still debating whether I want to do Death Sentry. And as of right now, it's not like I'm going to hit Death Sentry anytime soon, so I think I'm just going to hang on to my points.
Yeah, I mean, the damage on Fire Blast for physical immunes is just meh. Unless it's fully synergized.
I played around with a Fire Blast Assassin once. It was kind of interesting. It's an interesting ability. Kind of like lobbing little grenades. Hell yeah, demolition color scheme. I have grown really fast, you're right. About a month or two ago, I was at 1,000. I ballooned out. Everybody coming around, showing their support. Come on down to GGM and meet some friends, man. Friendly demons everywhere. I have freckles. I have freckles. Whenever I get burnt, I get freckles. They rise up to remind me. You're a ginger.
You can't even max zombies on that skill.
On what skill?
Fire blast.
Oh, a short staff. So we got a sorceress? Well, it doesn't even really matter. It could be a good weapon no matter what. I don't have any ID scrolls. I need to go grab scrolls. Hold on.
Good day.
Need 140 skill points.
Yeah, some of these, some of the abilities are unmaxable, like Bone Spear. Like, you can't max Bone Spear. It doesn't work. Like, there's absolutely no way you can max it. Oh, well, +2 warmth. Too bad we don't actually have a sork. A sorky sork. Not like damage matters right now, since we got OP enchant.
Like, I wonder what that thing would do with max. That's crazy. Because they do like 6k with every.
You could always test it out.
Well, you can't max it.
You can max it in Hero Editor. So you can take a single player character, max it in Hero Editor, find out what it does. Find out what it's capable of. Look here, skeletons. Ain't got time for y'all shenanigans. I'm sure Blood Raven's already dead with thousands of damage per hit over here.
Whose handiwork lies buried here?
Oh, you're only here for Mr. NiNi? Mr. NiNi is only here for you. God, I forgot to buy stamina potions. Yay, a level up. I guess I could put one at Psychic Hammer for now. I am going to go down and grab Mind Blast. I'll run around Psychic Hammering things. That's right. Pass the time on the crap red work. See, somebody knows my worth. Somebody knows. And don't you forget it. I was considering Blade Shield too, but I'm not really sure if it's worth it for a ranged character. I was just thinking they're kind of like cross purposes, like the Blade Shield and the Blade Fury. One is to hang back, and one is while you're in there fighting. And but apparently Blade Shield, if you're using Life Tap, which I do plan to use Life Tap, every time it hits, it restores health. So it's like a constant health restoration.
Yeah, it can proc for you.
Which sounds really nice for any kind of melee character who's in there getting, beat up on a regular basis. But I'm not going to be in there getting beat up on a regular basis. Maybe it's not worth my time.
Spell Steel.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Kyle, because back when I before I started my YouTube channel, I used to literally seek out people who had very interesting like YouTube channels that I could listen to, you know, not watch, but like listen to. I was almost looking for like radio podcast kind of things, but like more than a podcast, because I always feel like podcasts are kind of lacking a little bit. I don't know what it is about YouTube videos that makes YouTubers a little, or the person doing it more interesting, but it just kind of does. Anyway, so I would always look for these videos that I could just kind of listen to without having to watch them while I was at work, so I could work and listen at the same time. And when I made my channel, I actually kind of had that in mind. I was like, you know, it'd be cool if people could listen to me while they were at work and not have to worry about like what is he showing? What's on the screen? Like, what is he doing now? A sash. Alright, well, we got the waypoint, right? So let's go. Let's get out. Ooh, burst of speed. Ah, yes, the first. Click. Yes. Now I get to run a little faster, baby. Actually have this ethereal claw that that might work as a stopgap until I get something better. It's it doesn't have repairs durability on it, so it's literally just a claw with like massive amounts of ED on it. Grand Jimmy. Hey, gray form. Sweet. Can't even be a Fury assassin until I get down to the right level. I can put one in Blade Sentinel now. Here we go, suckers. Blade Sentinel. I felt like Blade Sentinel could have been a much better ability if they hadn't put a casting delay on it. The casting delay kind of kills it. Nevada or Arizona? Don't advertise your place of business. Everything's dead before I have a chance to cast my little thing. Dies too quickly. Apparently my Blade Sentinel even obtains damage from my the enchant. That's interesting. It does only does 1,941 fire damage, but what's the long-term plan with Blade Fury? To turn him into an uber killer. She's going to have max fade, so she's going to be fairly tanky. I'm going to get Fade as high as I possibly can. I might even go with Shadow Disciplines, Charms or something like that. It really just depends. I'm sure that I could get my hands on a couple Shadow Discipline Charms if I tried. I don't think people generally want those. Really? Yeah. So just Shadow Disciplines. Yeah.
Nah, I think a lot more people are going to with all this attack speed video stuff going on.
Oh yeah, for burst of speed.
Yeah. People are going to be trying to hit those 36s and stuff that they need to hit.
I heard it's bugged though.
It is if you get to 1.
So I was watching a couple videos, and apparently when you get your attack speed too fast, it just doesn't work. You don't hit anything.
Yep, when you get to 1 frame, you just stand there.
You just stand there, you don't hit anything. So there is a limit to the max.
I could see it, but I just can't see it at 1 frame. Like, I could see if you got down to 0 frames.
I don't know. I
But
wouldn't,
like 1 frame.
I wouldn't put too much stock in it. I feel like it might be something that they'll patch out. I can't see them allowing a huge increase in attack speed like that without balancing it out some way.
I mean, it's still pretty hard to get there. Like, it balances itself because in order to hit 2 frames, like, you're wearing all attack speed gear.
Where the hell is this frickin' entrance?
Like, you have to wear the gloves, you have to wear the amulet, you have to have
It
attack speed.
really depends on what you're doing. Like Fire Claw Druid, for instance, doesn't worry about. They're not worried about that. They just have attack speed, so they're applying their ability as quickly as they possibly can. Attack speed is everything to them. There's all sorts of characters that have situations like that where it doesn't matter how fast or slow they attack, or like how much they're sacrificing, because they're still just applying their damage. Like a Tesladin, for instance, using dual dreams, the faster they can attack, the better.
I mean, the thing is, like, your Fire Claw Druid's gonna die if you do that, because you're not gonna have resist, you're not gonna have anything. You're just gonna die.
Yeah, but a Tesladin could be using a bow from 8 miles away.
Yeah, the Druid can't do that, though.
Alright, Darkwood up. Let's go. I'm level 9? Ooh, I can wear my belt. Hell yeah. But I want my old sash? The Sashy Sash. From Sashington.
It's kind of silly how quick you die when you get into a pack of freaking mobs. Like, even the assassin dies if I get some amp damage or conviction or something like that.
Oh yeah, rip you to shreds. I've had some of the most tanky characters known to man, and there'll be this one monster comes along and he's just like, bop! He ain't give two craps that I existed. He's like, oh yeah, bye, see you later. I've actually loved that about this game. Come across those like ridiculously broken combinations of elites, or like just the right effects in the right combination.
Yeah, just get a might cursed archer and just hate your life.
With fanaticism monster nearby. With extra strong, extra fast.
I was saying they don't even. That's not even what you. That don't even have to happen. Like, I've died so many times to freaking archers in the tower, just because they were might and freaking cursed.
That happens.
You're like, what happened?
No, you die so fast you don't even know. You're like, oh, okay, well.
Like, it feels like they don't even have to apply the amp. Like, the amp applies before the damage from the hit that applied the amp.
I don't know. Did we get the, did we rescue Kane yet? Let's go rescue Kane. Come on. Come in. Got all the stuff on the ground nobody's picked up. A whole bunch of good stuff's on the ground. Level some gore feats. I can wear them gore feats. Mine. We get a bow girl too. Let's give her some crap. Come here, level 8 fire bow girl. Let's go. Here, have a pluck eye.
I'll put that to good use.
Deckard, Kane, leave this place.
Why did that sound like somebody actually said that, like out loud?
That's what I've been wondering. I'm like, what character is that?
I can wear my nagel ring. I got another nagel ring around here somewhere. Lobby rings. Nagel rings. Yes, excellent.
Tristram, the first to fall to Diablo's wrath.
Leather gloves. Deaths. Oh, those are some good gloves with the death sash. Didn't we have a death sash on the ground earlier? If I remember correctly, they're only good if you're wearing the set. You have to be wearing the set. I think I'll grab them. Nobody wants them. A lot of those for another character. Martin's gonna get himself a gaming laptop.
Well, we found out what happened to King.
What happened?
Apparently his computer blew up or something.
That happens. I remember a long time ago I was in a particularly heavy gaming session and all of a sudden I heard this loud kerclunk from the inside of my computer. Which, you know, generally kerclunks from the inside of your computer, probably not a good thing. But this one in particular was a particularly interesting kerclunk. Apparently my heatsink fell directly off my processor. So
That's what I was figuring. Your
bracket, basically the bracket on the heatsink snapped, and the heatsink just fell off and went straight to the bottom of the case. And of course, within seconds of hearing the kerclunk, my computer cuts off because obviously it overheats without the heatsink on top of it. Had that problem quite a few times. Some sort of defect in the board, I think, because it never stopped happening. Like I fixed it once, and then later on it happened again, and I fixed it another time, and I bought a new board, and then that board had issues with the brackets, and I remember I got like a different kind of bracket that held on a different way, and it's a crappy motherboard, I think. Or at least I think the plastic they used to mold the sockets was crappy. It was really old though. It was a Pentium 3 2-Latin board. Used 2 Pentium 3 processors. Hey, +3 amplify damage head. One of you necros want this +3 amplify damage head? Acer laptop. Nice. Acer Predator Helios 300. i7 11800, GeForce RTX 3060, 144 hertz screen, nice. 16 gigs of RAM and 512 gigabytes solid state. Yeah, that'll do just fine, man. 16 gig is more than enough RAM. It wasn't until I started streaming that I realized I needed more than 16 gigs of RAM. And it's only because I'm running the game plus the streaming software, plus, you know, all the other little things in the background, that I needed the over 16 gigs. So I went ahead and upgraded to 32. But back when I was only gaming and wasn't doing anything else, it was way more than enough.
My buddy had to downgrade his graphics card to play Diablo 2 Resurrected.
I heard they are adding the DLSS for NVIDIA chips though. That should help a lot.
He had like a 960, but that was the one that they didn't. It was one of the brands that they didn't. They weren't compatible with. It's like, wow. Because I was like, I got a 650, dude. Mine works just fine.
Yeah, this game scales pretty well. I did it on a really crappy laptop from like a long time ago. I did a little video on it just to test it out, and it played just fine. I mean, it was like 15 FPS at 1080p, but it was livable at 720.
No, it just happened. His brand just happened to be one that they didn't support.
To teleport charges on circlets have a cap. I'm pretty sure that effect is a magic effect that's random. It doesn't have any like specific limit. Like it could be level 4 teleport charges. It could have a whole lot of charges like 93, or it could be very low like 24. And I believe the repair cost isn't really based on the level or the number of charges, but more so like the quality of the item.
Teleport darts is just expensive. It don't matter. Blue, yellow, unique, whatever. It's just expensive.
I don't know. I used to run. I don't think DirectX 12 really matters so much. I used to keep up with that stuff and like pay attention to exactly what was changing every single time, and there's really not a lot that changes each time they go from a DirectX version. And to use the new DirectX version, usually you need a card that's enabled for that particular version. So, oh, no problem, San Diego. That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to help out. It's literally the whole purpose of making the videos in the first place. Because, you know, I thought back to how I was when I first started playing Diablo, and how, you know, how much I had to, like, test out and learn things and play new characters and really, like, dig and try and figure out things online. And it just took forever to figure things out. Like, you didn't really know. Like, there was a lot of testing and a lot of variables and a lot of frustration when you did things wrong and had to remake your character and you know, I was hoping to help people who might be a little bit more easily frustrated, not to give up on the game. Because it really is an amazing game. And the last thing I want you to do is get frustrated and give up on it. So. Heck, I learn something new all the time, Martin. I mean, I was spending some time today learning about Blade Fury. I always wanted to make a Blade Fury assassin, and I did try to make one a long time ago. But I guess I just didn't know enough about the skill to accurately make it work.
This place.
This place has the stench of demons about it.
Are you kidding me? I still can't. One strength shy? Really? One strength? Yeah, punk. Oh, the other reason I was thinking about death was because it has the glacial spike cast. Apparently, chance on striking items do actually trigger, so I'd be able to spam glacial spikes, which sounds pretty nice.
Those won't interrupt your cast, will they?
As long as there's no delay. Apparently, skills that have a delay will, like for instance, fissure. Fissure has a delay, or like meteor or things like that. Apparently those will affect it.
Yeah, so frozen orbs out too because it has a delay. It's like 0.1, but it has a delay.
Yes. Anything that's going to interrupt my my casting is not going to be worth it. Yeah, I think Death and Flesh Ripper really are the best choices. I'm hoping I could find a 5-socket ethereal Etnax for it. Apparently the Etnax is the better of the two choices when you're talking about just damage, just raw damage and not IAS. Or like base speed or attack range. Since range isn't something I need to worry about, and since attack speed isn't something I need to worry about, and base attack speed isn't something I have to worry about, apparently the Etnax is the choice. I didn't really explore the swords. There might be a sword choice as well. But it's got to be 5 sockets, so I don't know. A lot of the swords aren't capable of anywhere near 5 sockets. Not that I anywhere near close the items that I need to make this build like 100%, but eventually the ideal shield would be a Phoenix. And
Yeah, you don't have a sword option because Phase Blade's the only one that can roll
5
or more. Yeah.
And then the armor would be a fort for the offhand, basically the off weapon ED. Apparently the two massively increase the weapon damage. Yeah, I remember this set, Clicklaws. It has a 35% chance of crushing blow, mana steel, 6% mana steel, which is exactly what I need. So right now I'm getting the crushing blow, the mana steel, the knockback, and the slows target by from this set, which is perfect. As soon as I can use Blade Fury, I'm sure it's actually gonna work. Then I can put on G-Toes at level 22.
I mean, Berserker has a higher top end though. It all depends.
Well, that's just it. It's the min, I think, is what they're looking at, and apparently the min is closer.
I mean, the average is better on the Eden, but
yeah,
it just won't hit as hard as a Berserker X can occasionally hit.
well, I'm not gonna hit hard. That's the thing. All my damage is gonna be reduced by a pretty large percentage, no matter what.
It's still going to be based off of your roll. So, like, if you rolled the max and then ED'd it all up and then cut it.
Apparently there's a lot of character screen lying that goes on with this ability too, though, so I'm gonna have to do the math in the background. Like it doesn't calculate things in right. Not gonna lie, I kind of like Blade Sentinel. Like as a static ability, you pretty much just cast it, forget it, and then you let it do its thing. It's really cool for putting in doorways. I'm like, oh, here's a doorway. Let me just yeah. It's also really interesting how you can manipulate its like its trajectory. So like if you cast it really close to yourself, it goes back and forth really, really fast in one little tiny tight area. And if you cast it far away from yourself, it covers a big swath, but of course it hits a lot less targets. It's too bad they don't synergize. Be nice.
It probably don't synergize because Blade Fury would be broken then. Probably.
Well, it would be broken too if they let you use a two-handed weapon. That's why they penalized it. They thought about us people walking around with a war pike, like an F-Death war pike or some bullcrap. I know you can't put death on a war pike, but still. They had us in mind. Already level 13. We're blazing. We only need to be level 14 to get to Act 2. Not even at Catacombs yet.
What?
There's a waypoint over here.
There's a level requirement for Andy?
Act 2 has kind of like a hard EXP cutoff. If you're not level 14 when you get there, it's pretty painful. It's just a painful place to be if you're not the right level. Alright. Got my Angelic set on. Andy. Drop that on the ground. Don't need that anymore. Do you know if you can get the new attack speed with double throw with barb? I would imagine so. I don't see why not. The barbarian has access to frenzy, and frenzy and double throw both synergize. So I would assume that if you built double throw slash frenzy and then attack speed on top of that, you could probably use frenzy to break the new barrier. Just a thought. It's not like I've actually tested it or anything.
All I can say to you, sir, is have fun in town repairing your weapons all the time.
That's why you get them indestructible weapons.
Throw? You can't have throw indestructible.
Replenish quantity.
It won't keep up.
You get. That's why you get two sets. One on one hand, one on the other, and that way you can just continually switch back and forth between them.
Okay, got you.
I've done it before.
Oh, I'm not saying you can't. I said, oh my god. I think I made a throw barb one time with like
It also depends on what weapons you choose too. Some weapons have a lot higher what's the term? Stack size. There are some very interesting weapons that have a lot higher stack size than others. You really have to be careful what you choose if you're going that route.
oh yeah, if you could roll a nice failed unique that's Eth and repairs quantity.
Failed uniques. Do you guys in chat know about failed uniques? I'm actually curious. It's been a while since I've even talked about failed uniques before because it's not really a super interesting topic, but there is such a thing as failed uniques.
I believe how it works is if the item.
Oh, I was gonna explain it. I just didn't want. I wanted to give somebody a chance to speak up if they knew.
Oh, I wasn't going to explain the part that I'm assuming you were going to explain. I was just talking about the drop calculation for it. Like you have to roll a certain. You have to have enough magic find to have rolled it, but then that monster couldn't drop it.
Well, it's not really about magic find, but magic find does increase the chance of hitting a failed roll. So basically how it works is pretend you have an item that is a treasure class 87, okay? You kill a monster who is not treasure class 87, and an item drops that is capable of dropping in like a treasure class 85, but is not capable of rolling as the particular item that you would want. So you have obviously a bunch of different rolls. You've got white items, you've got socketed, you've got bad quality items, you've got magic, set, rare, and uniques. So say for instance your magic find was high enough, or just you got sheer luck behind you, and it rolled as a unique item during that drop from that monster that was not capable of dropping that item. It's called a failed unique roll, essentially. And so what happens is the game still wants to give you something. It still wants to say, hey, you got the lotto ticket, but you're underage and you can't redeem it, so we're going to give you a lollipop. and that's exactly what it does. So it takes your failed unique roll and it turns it into a rare roll. And then what it does is it, I think, was it double or triples the durability of the item? I think it's triple. So you get a triple durability item that is rare. And there is some downsides to this though, because apparently if you roll a failed unique, you're not going to get the set item, which would be better in some situations. I think one situation in particular where this can happen is a lacquered plate.
Yeah.
So, for instance, if you get a failed lacquered plate, it'll roll back to a rare, where a set lacquered plate would obviously be much better, because set lacquered plate is Talrash's.
Yeah, I was specifically thinking about that one. I'm like, wait, there's a unique lacquered plate, ain't there?
Aegis said triple for unique and double for failed set. So failed set is probably another one that happens a lot because if I remember correctly, there's a lot of items that just can't be set items. Like there is no set version of like this particular item. So if that item drops and it rolls set, it fails. So it goes back to a rare. It's one of the interesting ways that you get lucky and you don't realize you got lucky. Like you got the unique roll, but you didn't realize you got the unique roll because you don't pay attention to durabilities and things like that. Nobody has all the durabilities memorized.
I check every Shaco. And sometimes it can be a best in slot, like that hypothetical barb item we were just talking about would be just insane. Or like the failed titans could roll insanely. I mean, it would be stupid rare.
guess I could go ahead and put one in Cloak of Shadows. And I guess I'm going to have to put one in Weapon Block to get to Shadow Warrior. I'll be useful eventually.
You might play with Cloak of Shadows and see if you like that as an option. Like, I don't know if
I was
like
playing around with it earlier because I was doing the deer video. And I didn't like how you can't recast it when it's already up. And it doesn't affect any monster that wasn't in the original casting. Like, it's nice. But it doesn't affect any monster that's not in the original casting zone. I don't know what that's about. And then it doesn't let you recast it until the effect goes over. So I'm not really sure if it's worth it.
So it'd be like a low point investment on that, so it didn't last too long.
I don't even know. Duration is 8-9 seconds. It says enemy defense negative. Maybe that could be useful. I don't know. Spam.
That's what I was saying. Like the thing says it blinds them, but then the tooltip says it decreases their defense. And I'm like, are they blind and lost defense, or just they're using blind as like, oh, they're blind, so now they can't defend as well?
Well, from what I can see, it doesn't even blind them. What it does is it reduces their light radius. And as soon as you walk within their light radius, they immediately attack you. What's up, fat boy? B-O-I. Doctor, sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize you were an MD. My bad. I always thought that was a bit confusing. You call doctors doctors, and then you call people with a doctorate doctors. There should be another term. Something else other than
Scientist.
doctor. Nah, scientists can apply to anybody. Just another term that doesn't mean medical doctor.
Because we just don't call doctors doctors. We just call them.
Well, I mean, I know some people do call them MDs, but I think it would be better if just the doctorate.
No, I mean, the MD stands for doctor, though. It stands for medical doctor. So.
But I think it still comes from doctorate. Because
Yeah,
you need your doctorate to become a doctor.
I think that's what it is, though. It's like you're an MD, you're a medical doctor, whereas people who have a doctorate in archaeology they're just doctors.
Well, yeah, but nobody says MD when you go into a hospital. They're like, "Hey, doc," or "Hey, doctor," or you know, or Doctor So and So, or Dr. Watson, or you know. I don't know. It's just and then you know, some people are like, "I don't want to call him a doctor. He's not a doctor." It's like, "But I have a doctorate." Level 15! Oh, that's right, I can't use that. What am I doing? I brought this amulet for nothing! Nothing! Does anybody want my I have Elich? Oh, oh, oh. Could use my OP helmet, though. +1 Shadow Discipline, suckers. Hey, at least Dr. Madblood was a doctor. The age on that joke. People always trying to bomb my chat. Leave me alone. Yeah, I'm on the US server. Jung Ho, Stephen Lee. Yeah, back to the computers exploding thing. I actually had another computer explode a long time ago. It was an interesting case of crappy manufacturing. So I had this power supply, and unbeknownst to me, apparently there's a little sticker on power supplies on the fans, and the sticker on the fan literally holds in the lubrication. So like, so if it's properly lubricated and everything, it does its job and it never runs out. But apparently the sticker there is kind of like a thick covering for the you know, for the lubrication to hold it in, and the heatsink overheated just enough that it melted the sticker, and the sticker, once it melted, leaked the lubrication, and the fan eventually seized because, of course, there was no lubrication for the fan, and once the fan stopped functioning, the heatsink, which was already having overheating problems, the power supply, overheated even more and fried itself and took the motherboard with it. And all of this happened unbeknownst to me. And when I opened up the power supply and saw the wrinkled sticker on the fan and tried to spin the fan and realized the fan was seized up, I knew exactly what happened.
You got some horror stories. I ain't never had nothing like that happen in my computers.
Oh, I never buy cheap power supplies anymore. I always go with at least silver rated, if not better. Power supply is the heart blood of your computer there. The one I'm running right now was a really expensive one. It's lasted me through 2 computers already.
I think mine costs more than the motherboard.
If it said PhDs look down on us MDs, saying we're not real doctors, so they're not wrong, really. Physician or surgeon would be more accurate and less confusing. I can agree with that.
Yeah, physician. Let's just go with that. I mean, honestly, they should all have their own titles. Like, if you're in psychology, there should be a title for that.
I'm just...
If you're in...
What I'm saying, though, is that doctor is such an ingrained word at this point that there's no use trying to change doctor. That's not going to happen. But we could possibly change the other word that like a new word that means doctorate, like a non-medical doctorate, essentially. Some new word for that. I think that would be more feasible than changing the word doctor.
They should all have a title that's just more apt to their field.
I would be totally cool with like specific titles.
Then you know what they're what
I mean,
field
come to
they're actually
think of it, they have specific titles, don't they? Like if you're like you have a doctorate in ornithology, you're an ornithologist, right? You're not a doctor, you're an ornithologist.
Yeah, but they still say, I'm a doctor. I think that's really what it all comes down to, is like, a lot of the times most of the time they'll probably be joking, but a lot of them be like, I'm a doctor. And then they'd be like, but you study bugs.
Heal this man.
Yeah, but I went to school to study bugs. I'm a doctor.
I don't know. I remember calling up that company though that had for the bad power supply because it was under warranty, and they're like, "We'll send you a new one," and I'm like, "No, I don't want them to."
How does that help me? My computer's still fried.
I was like, "This one that you sent me in the first place was defective, and that's what caused my computer to fry." It's like the last thing I want is another one of what you sold me, so it can fry the next computer I put it in.
Send me a new computer.
It was like one time, a long time ago, I actually had this really interesting thing happened to me with a jar of mayonnaise. I know some people don't like mayonnaise, so you know, whatever. If you don't like mayonnaise, that's fine. But the story's about mayonnaise. So basically, we were eating the mayonnaise one day, and we're spreading out sandwiches, and then it looked like there was rust in the mayonnaise, and we're like, "Oh, that's not healthy." And took the knife and kind of jiggled it around in there, and sure enough, there was literally wire in the mayonnaise, like metal wire that was rusted. I guess some sort of like maybe screen that they pushed the mayonnaise through to make sure there's nothing in it. Maybe the part of the screen like went into the mayonnaise, and I thought it was just like a freak thing, and it was just like one piece. But the more I dug around in there, the more I found like more and more mayonnaise, and just more and more little pieces of metal, and there were just like tons of them in there. And so I called up the company and I was like, hey, we got some mayonnaise here. It's got huge pieces of metal, rusty metal in it. And they're like, oh, we're so sorry. Here, have these coupons for some more free mayonnaise. I'm like, I don't really know if we want more free mayonnaise with metal shards in it. I don't know. Got their click launch shield.
Do y'all have another product that don't go through the same processing line that y'all can send me a coupon for? I think I'm gonna get my mayonnaise from somebody else.
Here's a coupon for more of that stuff that you just almost killed yourself on. Congratulations. They had us send it to them and everything. They like sent us like a special package, and like we had to like box it up and send it back to them, and they sent us like a letter later apologizing and giving us more coupons for more free mayonnaise. And I was like, I mean, first they gave us coupons for free mayonnaise just for like reporting it, and then after they got it, I guess they realized it was legitimate, and they were like, oh, here's some more coupons for some free mayonnaise. Then we had like freaking 10 or 15 coupons for free jars of mayonnaise. We were set on mayonnaise for at least a year or two.
Spain.
Got that Storm Guild shield on the ground. I don't need it though. If anybody needs a nice little 13 shield, that one's not bad. My little bow girl's doing alright. She needs some armor though. Is she level 10? What level can I hire now? Highest I can get is like 13. Ooh, I can throw Hawkmail on, and I can give her the gray form. Nice. That'll work out nicely.
Good day.
Need to get her a hat. I like using the bow girl sometimes instead of well, the Hack Merc, just because she's a little different, and she actually does work out pretty well, depending on how you gear her. It really just depends. A doctor, you got a doctorate in hand-to-hand combat? By the way, any of this equipment that's on the ground is up for grabs if you guys want it. I mean, it is for new characters today, but if you would like some, it's in GGM Noobs //16 Noobs is the password. Oh god, I horribly messed that up. 16 Noobs is the password, not knobs. Got a 1500 watt PSU, Nolan. That'll certainly do you.
Hey, Ember, did you ever get a taker on that torch?
No, not yet.
That'll
I dropped it down to 4x3 on the D2 as well.
That's what I got another one last night, or yeah, last night. I'm trying to sell too, and it's just not selling. I don't know. I didn't even ID this one. I just left it unID'd. Maybe I'm naming it wrong. I don't know. I saw a game earlier, 5x3 for an S torch. I was like, well, I don't have an S torch.
Yeah, I really need to think about it later, just in case. An S torch. We got our second S torch finally. I can't believe we're having so much trouble getting sorcerer's torches, even after we got like 5 paladin torches.
Yeah, we got. That's what we got last night as a paladin torch. It is really bad.
Some paladins don't care.
I think all our paladins have one, right? We have so many.
Mine doesn't. But I mean, I'm not in a rush. I was letting everybody else have them first. It's more interested in the necromancer anyway.
We can get you in. If we can just sell it, we're selling it for more keys than we paid for it, essentially, to try to get more torches that way, and then keep the good ones.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm focusing on other characters right now. Eventually, I'd like to get one though, because it reduces the amount of skill points I need to put into conviction.
Yep.
Yeah, so because I only need to get it to 26. That's the maximum that it needs to be.
If you ever want to pick it up, let me know. I got it sitting in my stash at the moment.
It's I gotta like respec him eventually. I'm just waiting on the proper gear. He's fine the way he is right now though, so I'm not really too worried about it.
He's got all the torches.
This is such an interesting way to fight. Just stand here, let them beat on me while I cast some little blade sentinels. The amp damage really helps.
I'm having a blast just running around, amping everything. Surprisingly fun.
Amp damage is amazingly helpful too. Just having a amp damage character in the group increases everything by quite a large margin. Utility characters, man.
Oh, you know what they could do with like one of the mercs? They could have it be like do curses.
That'd be pretty fun, yeah.
I feel like it could backfire.
Oh.
Well, because they overwrite.
Oh, yeah.
People already get pissy if you overwrite their life tap. And can you imagine if you had a mercenary who was spamming something that's not life tap?
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
And it's not like you can just kill your mercenary.
Sure you can.
Like-
Go talk to Trav real quick. They'll kill whatever you got.
I'm just saying, you know, like you can't just go unsummon. Like it doesn't work that way. You gotta actually work to get him dead. If it was easy as desummoning a golem, on the other hand, I could see it. But then you're asking somebody to remove their mercenary, which is pretty crappy. Like if they built their mercenary and they've got it all set up, you know, they're relying on them. Waypoints over here.
Nice and
I
convenient.
just trying to think of other ways that we can make some of these other mercenaries useful, versus just always being the Act 2 is the one you go with, because he's just provides the most utility for solo and group.
Honestly, he's not even really the best choice in 100% of cases. There's definitely cases where
No, there's options, but most of the time, that's the one you go with.
it's just that people don't understand what the Act 2 mercenary is bad at or good at. Like they just kind of pick him because everybody else is picking him.
Guilty as charged.
And also the auras too. Like a lot of times people don't realize that certain auras just have no effect or bearing on their character. Like
And there's some things like the there's a lot of things where like just if these rune words weren't specific to him, like then other ones would get used. If you can make an insight bow merc, like people would use the Act 1 merc. I know for a fact sorcerers would use if you could put insight in a sword, they'd use Act 3. Like yeah, you take fire and I'll take, you know. Or if you could put infinity in a sword.
Honestly, if the Act 5 merc had battle orders, they probably wouldn't even want to use the insight merc.
I would.
Because increasing your mana pool increases your regeneration. And if you have a merc who's giving you some massive mana boost along with health boost, you're not going to have so much of an issue with mana problems.
I don't see them ever doing that. Like, if they were to make them a little more viable, I don't see them ever giving them battle orders. They'd get, like, Taunt or Warcry or fuck even Howl, which you'd be mad, but...
What's up, Onyx? Oh, I was pretty excited about one change that they made, though, which they said they're going to be making it so that when you join a game and leave a game, it's actually going to show your actual BattleNet ID, which has been quite a pain for me specifically, because I already have to remember everybody's name, but then remembering everybody's character names on top of that is a little much. So now when you know, somebody joins on one character and they switch and they join on another character, I won't have to guess who it is, because I'll be able to see the base account name. At least I'll only have to learn one thing as opposed to like 15.
And then, like, when they send a message or something in chat, doesn't it use their BattleNet
which
name?
is even more confusing, because if they're in the game and it's like GGM Sir Sassy, and then they send the message in chat, and instead of saying GGM Sir Sassy, it says their account name, I have no clue who's talking. I'm like, what character are you?
Yeah, it's like, that's the really bad part. Like, you be talking to somebody and they leave and you don't notice because it gave you a whole different message as a person left. Or when you join, like, when you're in a game and somebody, like a trade game, and somebody's coming to try to trade with you, but then you didn't see their name, and it just is so confusing.
The way they have it right now is really confusing, yeah. Very, very confusing.
Oh, thank you, Arcane Sanctuary. I'll take a lum room.
All the Rodriguez grave.
Man, this is the belt game. I might need to stay here and see if I can find some good items. I need a good rare belt.
I've heard.
Now, speaking of interesting things that happen, I've never actually confirmed this myself because I never actually cared to pay attention. But I was always told that only one unique item can drop per game.
Not like only. So, like, if a Shaco drops, or if a Harlan Quest drops, another one will not drop in that game.
Yes, that's basically what I'm saying. So if you ever see a specific item drop in a game, you will never get that item again in that same game. Like, for instance, let's say you found an Atmos whale. You're not going to find another Atmos whale, no matter, even if you clear the entire game. Which is kind of interesting because it also means that you could use this as a tactic. So, like, think about it like this. Let's say you went to the areas that were bad for magic finding, right? Cleared those areas first. Let all the crappy uniques drop. Let all the crappy items that you don't want drop. Then go to the higher level zones. Then kill all the monsters there. And then that way, when the monster dies, he doesn't have a chance to drop, like, a Nasher hand axe or a Treads of Seathon or any of those other items. Just, I don't know if it really works that way, but it's just an interesting idea.
Well, how it works is, like, the really good example is Schaefer's hammer, because there's Schaefer's hammer and then there's Earth Shaker, I think. Essentially, there's 2 legendary mallets.
Yeah,
that
I
are
know.
unique.
I think I found the bad one the other day.
So what happens is, if you get one, if another legendary mallet is rolled, it's gonna have to be that one.
Yeah.
The one you didn't get. So it doesn't work with like all items. Like Shaco
honestly,
is a bad example.
To me, honestly, says to me that clearing games would be more efficient then, because on any of those items that have multiple rolls, like Tyrael's Might or the Schaefer's Hammer or any of that stuff, if you're clearing the game and you do happen to find one unique, then there's a much higher chance that you're going to find a second one that's the right one later if you clear the entire game.
Your chance doesn't go up.
I mean, it does. It goes up to 100% if that item drops. Whereas,
yeah, if it rolls unique and you rolled like another ornate plate, it would be, yeah.
I guess that's basically my point. So let's say you run into a game, you kill, I don't know, let's just use any monster as an example that can drop Schaefer's. So you go into pit, you clear pit, right? So it doesn't drop. You leave. You go into pit, you clear pit. You're always going to have almost like a 50-50 chance between the 2 items if it does drop. But if you cleared the entire game and one of them dropped, as you're clearing the rest of the game, you have a 100% chance if that item rolls again. So it almost seems advantageous to if you're farming for that particular item, to farm the entire game instead of doing quick runs.
I feel like it's probably just more efficient to do like Pendle, because like you're killing a bunch of shit that can't drop it. Like
I don't know, because I've seen people do massive farm runs, and I'll watch them get like 10 of those hammers, and literally 8 of them will be the bad one. I think they almost has a predisposition to roll the bad one. So if you're doing quick runs, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to get the crappy one. Whereas if you were farming the entire game and you got 2 hammers, it would be guaranteed you'd at least get one good one.
I mean, you're still looking at really low odds. Like, you still have to roll a legendary mallet.
Twice.
And then it has to roll, yeah, twice. And then it has to roll unique both times. And there's very few spots in the game that can drop, like, those items.
TP up. By the way, we're level 17 now. If anybody wants to join as a level 17 character or around that zone. Clearing Act 2. Okay, so I do need to, yeah, I gotta get Fire Blast and Wake of Fire, that's right. Forgot about that. And then in one level, I'll have my Blade Fury. Apparently there was a time where Blade Shield applied Crushing Blow and people abused the crap out of it. And it had to be patched. I was looking at that. Apparently it attacks once every second, but apparently if you recast it, it would attack immediately upon casting. And basically people would sit in the middle of like the cows or something, or like a whole bunch of monsters, and they would just spam cast it, and it would Crushing Blow every single monster nearby, every single time they cast it. Ethereal helmets, nice.
I'll put that to good use.
Take it, girly. And so they took Crushing Blow away from Blades. The freaking Blade Shield, specifically because of that. Can't have nice things. I feel like they could have just put a delay on the attack or something. Made it so that it didn't hit anything for 1 second after cast. So that it was essentially the same thing as waiting. It always feels like when they make changes like that, they're always drastic. They're like, oh yeah, you guys are playing this character? Well, you're never gonna play this character again. Nerfed into the Stone Age.
Blizzard, do something about the bots. Like, the game has only been out for what, 2 months, and you already have freaking chat bots.
I mean, the chat bots might even be joining the chat from outside of the game. It's possible. I remember back in my younger days, I used to run these chat programs, and basically all they were was like just a chat program that connected to an IP address, and allowed you to chat in there, and there was really like very little in the way of requirements. It's probably what they're running. They're probably running chatbot programs. Like I can't for some reason for the life of me I can't remember the name of the program I used. I mean, I want to say it was started with like a V or something like that. Do I have a build order, Christopher Leslie? I mean, I'm having trouble actually putting my points into anything right now because everything is a higher level, so I'm just kind of holding on to my points. But it's going to be 20 points into Blade Fury. I'm fairly certain it's going to be 20 points into Fade, and most likely, if 20 points into Venom. So I'm looking at Blade Fury, Venom, Fade, probably the Shadow Master, because I can't imagine the Shadow Warrior doing very much damage if he's using Blade Fury. It's probably not going to work out well.
Once you get it to level 17, he gets really good gear generated. Like, you don't have no control over it, but like he can generate crushing blow, or she, whatever, can generate crushing blow gear. Not that you would want that. Like, you wouldn't want that because you're doing all the crushing blowing. You would want them to just massive damage to finish.
Which is kind of why I was thinking about the Master, because it, I don't know, he's just going to be spamming stuff. He's going to be a distraction. That's really all I need him to be, as a healthy distraction. I always thought it was stupid, though, how the Master will literally cast, like, Burst of Speed, and then cast Fade, and then cast... Like, he overwrites half his abilities.
Can you put Blade Fury on your left click?
Yeah. It's a left click ability. Which is very, very nice.
That might be a reason to go for Warrior right there, because you can have Mind Blast on your right click, and he'll be casting Mind Blast all the time.
Maybe. I also don't want to be spamming Mind Blast, though. Like, I like it, and I want it there as a defensive ability, but I don't want to be spamming it. Conversion is great, but it's also annoying. Like, it's both. It's great and annoying.
You just don't put it that high, right? And then you won't have a very high chance.
I don't know. I mean, it does do damage, too, right? So...
It does a little bit of damage. I don't think it does much even maxed.
I don't know. I've got my jank now. I could put one in Shadow Warrior right now. Already level 18. Alright, one in Fade, one in Shadow Warrior.
Yeah, it does 100 damage max.
Couple more. Oh crap, I'm looking at the wrong ability here. Nah, wasted my points.
And the convert only goes up to 36%. Like, it doesn't even go high.
Well, looks like I got a couple points into Cloak of Shadows. Might as well put it on the bar.
Stun goes high, though. Stun goes up to 5.8 seconds.
Put it on the bar.
Allow me to advise you.
It's gonna be a freaking mana hungry class. I just know it.
Oh, no doubt. It's like Inferno. Like you're just channeling, so.
Anybody got any waypoints out there, or we gotta run back?
My dumb mercenary took off before I buffed and got itself killed.
We got a Dry Hills waypoint up.
Okay.
It's as far as I got.
It's better than what I got, which was nothing. Oh, where's my fade last? 132 seconds at this level? That's not bad. I feel like that's not bad. Well, since I put a couple points in the Cloak of Shadows for no reason, I might as well use it. I'm actually thinking about the Cloak of Shadows because the negative enemy defense will technically decrease the amount of attack rating I need, which could open up some options. Very similarly to how Conviction works. I'll just have to be spamming it all the time. My damage with Blade 3 is 67. Woo!
Wow, the base defense on that must be so trash for it to have 500 and still only be at 689. Defense affects both, right? Ranged and physical, or
Yeah.
melee.
But then there's also the missile defense, which is important too. It stacks.
Apparently, there's a melee defense too.
Yeah, it's just rare. Of course, missile defense is interesting because it doesn't just work against ranged attacks. It also works against, I think, anything that counts technically as a missile. It's an interesting little belt if anybody needs a belt. Oh, I just dropped my belt on the ground like an idiot. Oh, it's my belt. No, it's that belt. I remember one time a long time ago, I was running along, I freaking died. I panicked. I don't know what it was. I think I dropped my soda or something. It was something stupid. And like I literally accidentally dropped like my weapon on the ground. Like right before I died. It was just sitting there on the ground. And I was so glad nobody picked it up. Yeah, your weapon's usually kind of expensive.
This conversation is making me think of the Lonely Island song, Threw It on the Ground.
Threw it on the ground. Cloak of Shadows is nice, and I'm going to have some extra points, so I might be able to put them in Cloak of Shadows. I was still debating on Venom or not. I might not get Venom. I don't know if it's worth it.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, but there's like, I've been reading a lot of things about poison damage, and it just doesn't, like, it doesn't mesh well. Like, everything I've been reading about poison damage basically says that only one poison damage effect can be up at any given time. And the higher poison damage effect is the one that takes precedent. So if anybody has higher poison damage than me, their poison damage is going to take precedent over mine. And mine is going to take precedent over theirs. So it's like having multiple poison damage types in the same game. They don't really stack. So like say for instance I was running with
for the most case you're going to beat everybody except for like poison necros. Because like your venom users are going to be running off of like a proc that's like 15 or something, and if yours is higher it's going to be better. But I mean, you don't have to think about venom. Like venom is 24 seconds. Like it's so fast.
My Shadow Warrior isn't even using Blade Fury. She's just running in there and beating people.
Yeah, I don't think she uses the left click. I think her left click is always standard attack.
Skin of the Viper Magi. Why are you dropping a skin on the floor?
Unless you have a kick.
Ethereal skin.
Might use that.
Ethereal, perfect. Frickin' sweet. You should put it on an Act 3 merc and upgrade it. That's what I did. Mine's got an upgraded Act 3 one on him right now. Sure, I'll put it on my merc. You can have over-res. Over-res protection.
I got a TP up for the inside of the map. Maggot lair.
Sweet.
Poor Dark Scum. Sitting here waiting for all of us.
Into the maggot layer we go.
That damage isn't bad on this thing right now. Oh. I chose a scaling weapon on purpose because I was hoping it would help me out. The max damage scaling. Because I feel like any weapon you use at this level gets out leveled like super quick. You know what I mean? Like before you know it, it's like, okay, that weapon's not good. Let me toss that one aside, get a new one.
Well, I mean, honestly, you just gotta reach 40 and then you can use your overpowered axe of etherealness.
What, the Berserker's Axe?
No, your little ethereal axe you found with repairs and all that.
Yeah. That's a pretty nice axe. It's like 48. That actually will do really well for quite some time.
It's like equivalent to like a level 70 weapon.
It is. It's broken. Jewel of Avarice. So many beetles.
Where's Iggy? He got a whole brand new toy last night. Now he's gone.
What toy did he get?
Enigma.
Oh, nice.
I gave him my burst so he could make it, because that's all he was waiting on. And now he's not on. Like, what are you doing, man? Come play with your toy.
Come play with your toy. You know, come to think of it, I think the last time I built this particular type of character, I didn't really take into account the attack rating issue, and I think I remember having a lot of trouble hitting targets. And this time with the with the Angelic ring, double ring bug, it's I'm not missing anything. I think I'm 95% chance to hit everything.
Yeah, I would hope you're not missing anything. Angelic's just insane. mean, it doesn't carry over, but it's still pretty good.
$5. Yes. Excellent. Ah, level 2. Sebastian only needs 2 jaws for his last wish. Only needs 2. I hate it when they go into the ground. You can't kill them, and you can't walk past them either.
Sorry, Sebastian. I only need 3 jaws for my last wish.
I only need 2 jaws for my my double dream setup. Still waiting on that.
Last wish, though. I would run that. Like, that's the end all be all on a kicker. I don't know what I'd freaking do with my merc then.
Something more fun.
On a girl.
Something more fun. I was talking about Last Wish on that video, and it's like it has everything you'd ever want on the dang thing. You can literally change your entire character build just by putting that stupid thing on. I wonder what the max range on this is. Like, can I just go into a cow level and just like spam them off in random directions and hit stuff that I can't even see? Because that'd be an interesting idea.
The fade's kind of annoying.
Hmm?
I said the fade's kind of annoying.
Why?
Because I'd lose my versus speed. I'd lose my 2226.
Fade.
It's not like I need the crushing blow. Yeah. Screw that. I'll stick to my...
Yeah, she spams the crap out of my right click ability. She doesn't seem to spam the other one. Let me change up
Put
to...
it over there?
Let me see if... Well, yeah, let me see what happens if I put Blade Fury on the right click, whether she'll use it or not.
Yeah, I think their left click is just a normal attack or a kick.
I don't think so. I don't think she was using it. Let's try Blade Sentinel. Will she use Blade Sentinel? Oh, there it is right there. You can see the treasure chest from over here. Get out of the way, Ern. Oh, God. Let me in.
Yeah, I put a TP up for level 3.
Much appreciated, thank you.
Small jamming. +1 to strength. Judging by the animation on Blade Fury, it looks like she's actually throwing them. Like she's kind of like using both hands, and she's like firing them from like almost seems like 3 on one hand and then 3 on the other, and she like rotates back and forth.
This is weird that one is not affected by trap speed. Everything else in that tree is affected by attack speed.
It is not affected by attack speed or cast speed. It's just a set 6 frames apparently.
That's crazy. Like, that whole rest of that tree is like, alright, more attack speed equals more faster.
My bow girl is still here. Look at her being all beefy and chunky. Chunky beef.
Not here.
Can't wait till I get to a boss and hand him his butt well his crushing blow.
You didn't do that to Andy?
Well, I kinda did, but I didn't have Blade Fury then.
I need mana.
Damn, she costs a lot of mana to her cast. Freaking, majority of my mana pool. Hey, you guys are already in the Claw Viper Temple.
Dark magic in a darker tomb. I need mana.
Hmm.
Serpents. I expected worse.
Hmm.
You have
What's up, Drogadinin? Let's go, buddy. I've been researching the records, and deep down in the Hoochie-infested palace underground, there is a portal that leads to Horazon's chamber. Deep, deep down in the Hoochie infestation.
Did you say hoochie?
Yes. It's the politest word I can think of. It's the politest word I can think of.
Oh my god, you're supposed to have a PG stream, sir.
I think that would qualify. If I was making a movie and that word popped up, I think that'd be like PG. That'd be alright. Not gonna get bumped up to PG-13 for that word. I think we'll be alright.
You could just say thought.
What's up, Hund 03? Old guy getting into the game. Do you guys use those fancy gaming / mechanical keyboards? I used to have one a long time ago. The clacking got on my nerves, but they are very nice keyboards. And I'm not talking about like one of the newer ones. I'm talking about like one of the original mechanical keyboards that people like retrofit into to be newer keyboards. Like I had one of those. The old jams. They're pretty sweet. If you want to spend the money on one, I wouldn't consider it a waste because they usually do last for a pretty long time.
Dark Scum's got a Arcane Sanctuary portal up.
I don't want to kill things.
Okie dokie.
We gotta be level 24 by the time we hit Act 5 anyway. Yes, waypoint.
Don't you have like a whole another 3 acts? And you were already like 14 or something?
Yeah, but everybody wants to skip over Act 3. If we skip over Act 2 as well, then we're not gonna have much acts left. I got a hammer den up in here. Oh no. He killed my little shadow girl. How dare you?
Your hate's so rare.
The sanctuary. Horizon's obsession.
Blind people in the sunlight. Is the IK set worth keeping a hold of? Certain pieces of it are, I think. Certain pieces of it are extremely common.
The weapon makes good iron golems.
The armor is rare. I know that much. So if you find the soul cage, that's a kind of a particularly rare piece. A martial arts charm. It's too bad I'm not building martial arts. I think Onyx is building martial arts though.
With traps.
I'll hang on to it. Oh lord, slain by the ghoul lord. Another point. Some chain gloves. And a rare spear. Good for a merc if somebody wants it. Drop the gloves in town. I'm using clay gloves, so I'm not super interested. That knockback and the slowest target is really sweet. Not only does it keep them away from me, when they try and run back to me, they have a little bit of trouble. So you guys have already been this way. Which way is left? So you guys go north? you already been this way too. Northeast, then, perhaps? Doesn't seem like you guys have gone in every single direction. Oh, we still haven't found. Oh, we still haven't found him.
Fuzzball's got a TP on Summoner.
Oh. Wrong way. Here, let me blind the summoner.
Seekers of the Tomb of Talrasha.
Square.
What desirable stats can you get on skill or grand charms besides life?
12% faster hit recovery?
Besides those, I know about those. What are some other secondaries you can get? Can you get like max damage, or is that?
You can get mana. I don't think max damage can spawn with it. I think that's they're both prefixes. I don't think you can get resistances either. I think that's a prefix. Because I'm pretty sure it's like a shimmering grand charm. Isn't the do you have one on you right now? What's the name? Is it in the front or is it in the back?
It's the front. The grand or the skiller is.
It's like grave robbers or for necromancers and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure if it says shimmering, it's in the front. If you look at any modifier on any of your charms though, and it's on the end of it, those can be with it.
So I can't get fine.
Now sometimes there are two modifiers, so you can have an item spawn with both. Like it'll have maybe like a fine modifier, and then maybe there might be another one that also spawns on the back end, and they can spawn together. Like I've seen fine charms that spawn with attack rating on the back end, and so they have like the attack rating from the fine, and then they also have another boost of attack rating, and they're pretty sweet. Like it's like
so you can get attack rating on your stuff.
I think so, because I have some on my paladin that like they're +3 max damage, and then they have like 30 attack rating, and then I have other ones that are +3 max damage, same exact thing, but they're also like 50 attack rating or 60 attack rating. So they've got to be running two modifiers.
I can get elemental damage, and I can also get max damage because craftsmanship is a suffix.
There's also a minimum damage suffix, and that one is actually way better than the maximum damage one. I've seen it so rarely.
Yeah, and mana is a prefix. Okay, I can kind of like figure this out with what I have going on here. Attack, run speed, run walk is a suffix.
God, I got no stamina whatsoever.
I think that's what I want. I think I want shadow GCs with either run walk or hit recovery. If I can get, and if I can't get minimum damage. If I can get minimum damage, that'd be crazy.
That's a really rare modifier. I've been looking at like every single small, large, and grand champions that I found.
It's not a lot, right?
I think I've only found like 2 minimum damage charms, and they were really low rolls. They were like +2 min on a large charm, which can't be right. That can't be maxed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they don't roll super high, right? Because I've got a freaking +1 max on a grand.
10 is max for a grand. 10 max. My assumption would be that minimum would be half of of max, which because minimum is literally twice as valuable as maximum, and because maximum doesn't just bring up your damage, it also increases the range, and increasing the range is a bad thing because it makes it so you roll lower more often. So while you do hit those higher highs, you're also rolling lower lows a lot. Whereas minimum damage minimum damage is reducing the range in between the two, though. And,
right, that one does increase your, but they both would increase your average, like, because your minimum is it didn't change because you got a maximum.
No, but it's changing the distance in between the two. It's giving you more numbers to roll in between, basically. So if you had like 1 to 10, you could roll anywhere between 1 to 10. But if you have 1 to 20, you're still rolling between 1 to 20, and you can obviously still roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It just increases the number of bad rolls essentially, whereas minimum is decreasing the number of bad rolls.
I mean, you're not gonna make me believe that max is bad. Like, there's no way.
And the other thing that minimum damage has over max is that if you get it high enough, it increases your max roll. So eventually, if you can make the two meet, you will literally increase your max with your men.
But I don't think that's possible. I don't think you're ever going to get it that high.
I mean, there's plus minimum damage equipment, there's plus minimum damage charms, there's plus minimum damage. I mean, there's a lot of plus min damage you could add to your equipment if you really tried.
Because I'm sitting at 8.
There's even runes that have plus minimum damage, and gems or jewels. You could find some really nice plus min damage jewels. Preferably with ED on them, because minimum damage and ED can roll together.
Preferably with attack speed.
As I say that, I find a +9 to maximum damage jewel.
That's currently what I'm running to get my... I need to upgrade my jewel, but to hit my breakpoint, I'm running a 15-19.
I have a really nice IES jewel that I found earlier with it's like 18 max damage on it. It's 15% IES with 18 max. I was thinking about putting that in my paladin's equipment.
I found a ring you might be interested in on your paladin. It had like 9 men and some other stuff. It was a rare. It was like dual res, I think, with 9 men and dual leech.
Oh, trust me, I've been looking at similar interesting looking rings. I found one time it had like min and max on it, and like dual life leech. I think that was on the previous game though, the Diablo 2, not Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm hoping to find something similar.
I don't know. As far as jewel goes, though, I think I really just need the ED. I don't think I can sacrifice like a good ED roll.
I just ripped Duriel a new butthole.
Now, if I can get a 15 attack speed high all res jewel, that would be insane. Probably can't roll that though. That's probably not a mod. They're probably both prefixes or something.
Dropping my gore feats on the ground if anybody wants them. A 29 for the rattle cage, so that's a little bit too far away. Beast finger. Fulia. Oh, I hate it, Complexic. When you work during the nighttime, it sucks. You literally, don't exist. Like, you just don't exist. This is, I used to hate that. Like, you'd get hungry, maybe you'd want to go get something to eat. Oh yeah, that's right, nothing's open, so, you know, we don't care about you night shift workers. And then, you know, like you'd want to go shopping somewhere. Like you'd get the urge to go grab, you know, get something. Like maybe you wanted to go buy a transformer at Walmart, and like you know, most of the Walmarts aren't even 24 hours anymore, so you can't even go there anymore. You know, or maybe you want to visit one of your friends. No, everybody's sleeping. Or you want to play games with one of your friends. Nope, everybody's sleeping. It's freaking sucks. So even on your day off, when you're not working night shift, you're up during the night because, you know, that's your schedule, and you just get to suck it.
You have done. Please state your business.
Go play with some Japanese people online. Konnichiwa. 日本語をちょっと教えます。
Greetings, Gerund. Good to see you.
I lived in Orange County in '99, and like the entire city shut down at 10 o'clock. Like even the Walmart was closed. I was like, what?
If you have Pride 20 concentration on your merc, which aura you would use on your hammer, for example, salvation to save space. Okay. I mean, your concentration aura on your paladin is going to be far more powerful than the concentration aura on Pride. So you might want to consider just simply building concentration on your paladin. When it comes to Hammerdins, that's the one of the really only boosting sources of damage that they have, and running it on a merc is probably not going to work out the best. I mean, and on top of that, there's really no other aura that you're going to run on a Hammerdin that's really going to increase your damage or like attack speed or anything, because hammer is weird. I mean, the best thing you could hope for is like redemption, and redemption would give you mana restoration. But I don't really see running redemption full time. Plus all the necromancers would hate you. They start dropping F-bombs in chat. Like, who does this fool think he is?
That's a quick way to get a bow from your barb, though, is just turn your redemption on.
Jade figurine. Let's go get them hit points, y'all. I had to get a sleep mask. I realized, you know, your body gets used to the night and daytime. You know, the light, the sun. It's like a whole schedule. You know, your body's used to it. And you try sleeping during the daytime with any kind of sun peeking in, like it's awful. And of course, you know, it's not even just the sunlight or, you know, trying to block out. I mean, you could like tape up all the windows and do your best to keep all the light out. And what would end up happening is, you know, your girlfriend comes in the room, or somebody, you know, like the wind blows something, or it doesn't matter. Light ends up getting in somehow, and disturbs your sleep. Even if you don't wake up, it still disturbs your sleep. So, like, having a mask on helps a ton.
Embrick, do you have a Stone of Jordan?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, there's a game right now, S-Torch for Stone of Jordan.
Oh, that'd have been nice. But no, if I find a Sword of Jordan, it's going on my sword first.
Yeah, I think I'd probably just end up using that. I'm not going to trade it away.
I mean, for a torch?
That's true. Torch gives you 3 skill points.
I was actually thinking of a similar situation to yours, Thomas. Instead of using Pride to replace Concentration, I was actually thinking of using Faith Bow or Beast to replace Fanaticism. Because I really, really like Concentrations cannot be interrupted. And Concentration does stack really high. And as much as I like Fanaticism, the attack speed from Fanaticism can be gotten another way. I thought it would be fun to have Fanaticism one way and then concentration for the cannot be interrupted. I remember always used to pick concentration over fanaticism back in the day on my paladin because it just made it so much easier. Your life is so much easier when you don't have to worry about being interrupted every 5 seconds. I mean, granted, it's not a 100% chance to be uninterruptible, but it procs enough, more than enough.
That's probably what I want on my assassin. It's just freaking pride. That way I don't have to worry about being interrupted.
It's just so nice not to be interrupted. But see, like Smite Paladins don't have to worry about it. They don't get interrupted. Smite is already a cannot be interrupted ability, much like Concentrate, and there's other abilities in the game that can't be interrupted. So it's like you don't have to worry about those. But there's plenty of abilities.
It may be the same.
Hmm?
Dragon Talon may be the same, where it's not interruptible.
I don't know. You didn't look it up. I'm sure that somebody's got the data somewhere. But concentration makes things so much easier. Just so much easier indeed. It's beautiful.
How does that work though? Like, what if you were gonna block and then you can't block because you can't be interrupted? Like, do you just take the hit now? Like,
I'm sure there's a roll order. No, it doesn't. You can still block and stuff. I think what it is it just doesn't interrupt your attack.
so you just don't animate?
You just don't animate the block animation. It just doesn't affect you. It's actually really effective. A lot more effective than I think people realize, because, you know, concentration is not chosen unless you're hammered in. But I feel like it has a lot more uses than people give it credit for.
Flash Wish Phase Blade for high runes. Really, my man?
But, you know, the beauty of it is that effect doesn't go up with level, so you could totally use Pride. Dragon Talon is interruptible. Aegis said you keep kicking, but you will do no damage. Sounds similar to Fend. Fend also does the same thing. You will keep attacking with Fend even though you're doing no damage. I wonder if that would actually make Fend semi-viable if you had concentration. It's too bad it's in a polearm and not a freaking spear class, so she can actually use it.
Can't she... You can't thin with a polearm?
You cannot use any Amazon abilities with a polearm class weapon.
Wow.
It just reds out and it tells you now. Has to be a spear class. So all those abilities, those special weapons made for mercenaries, none of them work. Like, none of them work for freaking Amazons. Sad.
$3 for gold. 6x3 vest. What the fuck does that mean? Like, okay, a key set or 3 key sets for a goal, and then 6x3 vex. You want 6 times 3 vex? Like what?
I don't know. I gave up trying to interpret all the really weird abbreviations that people use. They're like ingrained over like 20 years of online play, and I didn't play for 20 years online. Like, a lot of my play was offline, so I didn't see it as it evolved. Some of it is self-intuitive, you know, like N for, or like FT, which is for trade, but like some of the stuff they do, I don't even understand.
Yeah, that one was, I'm lost. What? Should have joined the game. Like, what are you actually trying to get?
Buy some dang stamina potions. I can't seem to frickin'... Oh, okay, Ormus. Fine. You don't sell stamina potions. Okay, fine. Oh, does Alcor sell stamina potions? Mm-hmm.
And he's so cranky.
No. Alcor's my buddy. He's my buddy.
He's always telling me to leave him alone.
until you bring him a freaking bird of Kool-Aid.
The golden bird of Kool-Aid.
Oh, you found the bird of Kool-Aid.
Well, that's all he's interested in is his potions and stuff. He's not interested in anything else.
Say, dude.
That's why he talks. That's why he talks to the necromancer.
I got it from the guy over there. If you would just be more social and talk to people in town, you could have got a bird of Kool-Aid.
Dude, he's savage. Have you actually heard some of his dialogue ripping people apart? Like, he has gossip dialogue, and the dialogue is just savage.
It's pretty great.
Somebody give me a fresh TP. Y'all suck. Y'all way ahead of me. Y'all suck. Y'all suck. Yeah, so there's this whole thing with Natalia. So when Natalia gets to town, you talk to Natalia, and then you talk to Alcor, and Alcor tells you about something about how she needs a potion. Like, because, Alcor is the potion brewer. And it's part of his dialogue. Let me see if I can find it, because I'm sure I'll butcher it to death. Gossip. Here we go. Gossip Natalia. Yes, Natalia is a cute girl. However, I think she could use a special potion. Let me see here. Radiant Beauty? No. Ray of Sunshine? No. That's not it. Ah, here it is. Relax, Frosty Bitch. This should help her out. I kid you not. That's exactly what it says.
So I found that game again. And his script actually explained it. It was 6 key sets for Vex. 3 key sets for Gull, 6 key sets for Vex.
I couldn't post the entire quote in there, but I went ahead and posted part of it at least. And I keep falling behind because I'm not paying attention. And then that joke goes further too. So Alcor is not the only one to make that joke. Apparently, Kane makes the joke also. But a lot of people don't catch it because it's a translation problem. So the order that Natalia's part of. It's called like the Viz Qatar or something like that. I'm sure I'm butchering it. So we all know that she's part of the secret order of mage slayers, right? So if you go into in the dialogue for Kane, you'll find a piece of dialogue of gossip about Natalia, and let's see here. Here we go. So he says, have you met Natalia? She appears to be a member of the Kral Hek, a secret order that has been around for centuries. Which doesn't line up with what we've been told about her, right? So you're like, okay, no, she's part of the Viz Qatar. She's not part of the Kral Harzek, right? So you if you look up that word and you translate it, it translates to God, what was it? Warm-hearted. So we got Alcor making a joke about how she's a frosty bee, And then we got Kane over here making another joke about how she's warm-hearted. I think the makers of the game were trying to make a lot of jokes about Natalia. I don't think they necessarily like Natalia.
So that torch I got last night, I decided to go ahead and ID it. Because whatever, I should still be able to get a key set out of it. Plus 1819 barb.
Nice.
I think that's a slight upgrade from my barbs. I think my barbs is
I thought you had a really nice one we got you.
I do. I'm saying my barb and my assassin are top of the line. But I think this is slightly better.
Well, thanks for the super chat, Donkey. $2. I will use it. I'm sure I will waste it on a candy bar or something. I'm not even gonna lie.
Bean burrito.
I'll probably buy my girlfriend a bean burrito.
Oh, you don't like bean burritos?
Oh, I love bean burritos. Best way to fill up. Taco Bell used to have these little meal deals, and I used to freaking crush them things. It was literally the best way to fill up for like less than $5.
And then all the other places are like, "Hey, try our 4 for $4."
Well, here's the funny thing: is like when Taco Bell started this thing, it was like so cheap. The meal deals were only like $2.98, and you got like a really nice 5-layer burrito. You got some chips. You got like I can't remember. It was a nice little deal, right? And I was like, man, you can add like one item to this and eat like a freaking king. And before you leave here, you're all stuffed. And I started doing that like every single day. Like we would go there for lunch, so whenever we went there, and then before too long they upped it from like $2.98 to like it was like $3.98, and then they upped it again from like $3.98 to like $4.50, and then they upped it again from like $4.50 to $5. I think they were realizing that they were losing their shirt on it. Is basically what was happening.
Yeah.
Because it was such a good deal, people were taking advantage of it. I mean, you got a drink, you got the burrito, you got chips, you got it was like one other. I can't remember one other thing. It was like a taco or something, and it was all for like $2.98, and it was like way too good of a deal. And as long as it was there, man, every single time I was over there, just like chowing down on burritos and Doritos and I think they give you like a little cup of cheese.
Taco Bell's always been like the go-to for like a really cheap meal. Like I remember back in the day, like you could get burritos for like less than $1 for bean burritos. You can get like 6 of them things.
Eventually, they
not even break a $5 bill.
Eventually, they got rid of the meal deals. I think they realized they just couldn't get it right.
Yeah, they're bean burritos up to like $1.79 now or something. I'm like, God, $1.19? My goodness. I still love them. Still love them. Like every time I go to Taco Bell, I get bean burritos. Like a couple of them go in the fridge and save them for later.
Donkey said, "Need more for a burrito." He threw me $5 more. That's right. Now I've got enough for a nice little Taco Bell meal. A little food belly. Food baby.
It's kind of insane because like the McDonald's says that they don't bring them. They keep the McRib seasonal because they sell more of them. But like I remember when Taco Bell had the cheesy gordita crunch seasonal, and like when it came back, I never missed. Right, like every time I'm going out to grab something to eat, I'm going to Taco Bell because I want the cheesy gordita crunch. Kind of like how I am with the McRib. Like when they're
the Taco Bell cheesy fries. Those are nacho fries. Those are literally the new McRib. I swear. Every time they pop up, people are like, "Oh my God, the nacho fries are back."
But that's the thing. Like when I go to Taco Bell, I still always get a cheesy gordita crunch, even though they made it like it's always there now. Like I still get that every time.
I don't know why they don't do seasonal stuff on a more regular basis. I feel like seasonal stuff is a good thing. I mean, there are obvious seasons to things, and despite the fact that we have refrigeration and preservation techniques now, there should be situations where, like, you know, during strawberry season, strawberries should be dirt cheap. They're everywhere. I mean, we got a freaking strawberry festival here. You can pay like $1 and go pick strawberries and walk home with like $50 worth of strawberries in a basket. Like, there's gotta be seasons where we can have really awesome stuff at places like this. Somebody needs to get on the ball.
It's just crazy. Like, that's just not a good reason, though, to not have it all the time. I mean, make it cost more. That's fine. When it's out of season.
I remember when I was a kid, I thought I had bones in it.
The rib?
Yeah. I mean, they make it look like it's got bones in it, right?
Yeah. The crazy thing is, like, you can get that all year long. You just go to, like, a grocery store and get one of them freaking little... I don't know. They got little pork slab things or whatever you can buy. And you just microwave them up, and it's the same damn thing.
I still remember when McDonald's had the best French fries, and come to find out the reason why they had the best French fries was because they were cooking it in beef fat, basically. So instead of like vegetable oil, it was beef oil, and it wasn't until the vegetarians found out, because vegetarians like French fries, and French fries are obviously vegetarian because they're cooked in vegetable oil and made out of potatoes, and no, the McDonald's ones were cooked in beef fat, so they were not vegetarian, and they didn't tell anybody, like it was like a secret.
There was a couple of McDonald's in India that got steamrolled because of that.
Got what?
Steamrolled. They like basically destroyed a couple of McDonald's.
Oh yeah, because they can't eat cows and beef.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the whole sacred cow thing.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing is
franchises.
That whole thing is silly though, because they're like the #1 exporters of leather. So
Right.
they can't eat them, but they can sure as hell export some leather. I'll tell you what.
Yep.
I mean, the thing is, you're going to go to a fast food restaurant as a vegetarian, and if you get anything they put in the fryer, my man, you finna have some meat in your life, because they fry their chicken in there, they fry everything in there.
Well, I know, but that was apparently why the McDonald's fries tasted so good. And then, when they took the oil away, because of course there was the outrage, they didn't taste as good anymore. So that was the secret.
Well, the rest of us need to outrage and be like, look, fuck y'all vegetarians. Like,
Tallow.
I want my beef fries back.
Hund said the word. It's called tallow. That's what it's called. That's the specific term for beef fat when you're using it for cooking.
Oh, yeah, like...
You can buy tallow. I believe Kroger sells it now in like little private selection jars.
Some of the best ways to cook your steak is in actual freaking animal fat.
Oh, one of my favorite potato chips is animal fat. It's Grandma Utz. So it comes in like a tan bag. It's made by Utz. It's called Grandma Utz. They're cooked in lard.
Are you still in the same
absolutely
game?
Delicious. Yeah, we're still in the same game.
Is it full?
One slot.
I think I just found your fool's claw.
Fool's Claw.
I'm not joking,
Fool's
dude.
Claw?
165 ED, 1 max damage, 63 AR, cold damage, mana after each kill, self-repair, ethereal.
I always, whenever I make like breakfast, like I used to do this for my dad all the time, like in the mornings. I'd go cook up sausage. You go cook up your sausage first, and then once you finish cooking your sausage, you take your eggs. And, I get them all seasoned through like first, and you just pour them in there right on the freaking sausage grease. Works great. Eggs taste delicious. Yep. Cook popcorn and bacon grease too. That was pretty fun. I don't know if you guys ever tried that before, but like next time you cook some bacon, just take the grease from the pan, pour it through a like paper towel so it filters out a little bit, and then next time you cook popcorn, put it in the pan instead of oil, and it gives the popcorn like a lightly smoky flavor, but other than that, it's just delicious.
Trav's up.
Oh, we're almost finished with the Slayer dungeon.
And your stupid broken Fool's Claw is in town.
My Fool's Claw.
Or not in town, it's a trap. You don't... Oh, it does have level. Okay, I was going to say, it doesn't even have a level requirement.
That's rare. No, look at that. 143 to 167. It's nice.
Probably can upgrade it, I don't even know. I don't...
Battle Cestus? Is Battle Cestus, We just gotta get the eyeball. We might as well just go get it. Or the heart.
I mean, I'm here. I can just give you out a waypoints real quick.
Well, we already got 2 of the organs. I mean, might as well just...
Save them for later.
Oh, we can't save them.
Oh, wait.
They have an expiration date.
Do they? I'd go kill them, but I'd like instantly kill them and people wouldn't get the update, so I'm just gonna come chill over here.
I'm like max on resistances. I don't really care. I'm running faith, so I'm just gonna laugh about it. What's up, Torque Poop Fist? How you like that slows target and the knockback, and you can't even come near me? Look at that. Stay over there. Oh no, stay over there. By all means. By all means.
Well, looks like you're going claw mastery, man.
Maybe. I
cannot believe that drops.
I'm gonna play around with it. I wanna see.
Dark magic here is dispelled. I can't.
You don't have to spin runes now.
I mean, I was kind of looking forward to making that work, sir. I thought it would be fun to have a death hanging around. The Glacial Spike seems like it's fun to play with.
Yeah, it was a Battle Cestus, or it was a
yeah, Battle Cestus.
All right, so it's max already. But I mean, it's freaking. It's got ED. It's F.
I wonder if the items that have been in Act 1 have disappeared, or people have come grabbed them.
Oh, well, damn! Somebody already had Durance up. Okay.
Didn't I have like a... Oh yeah, I got my Crushing Blow on now.
Y'all just gonna throw y'all's organs down? Like, y'all can use them on your next character, guys. You're already 2 of the 3.
Use them on your next character. You save that eyeball, put it in a little bit of water. It'll be alright. A little bit of formaldehyde. God, frickin' Kane always wants to say so much.
Congrats, man. That's gotta be amazing.
I'm gonna have some fun with this build. It's gonna take me a little while to get it just right, but supposedly if you get everything maxed out, it can do like 10k damage a blade. But it's purely physical damage, so I'm gonna have to have amp in there.
You can just get a you can get a switch with charges.
Oh, look at that, level 3 already.
That's
right, was right by the frickin' waypoint. Well, I definitely want to have Flesh Render on Switch. Flesh Render is just it's a lockdown. Like, no matter what, that's going to be one of my switches. I feel like Flesh Render's just massive number of CCs, the blind, the slow, just like all the different effects, the negative defense per hit.
Yeah, you're going to get up with that real quick when you realize you can have like plus 3 claws on your switches and have
I don't know. See, I don't know if plus skills is going to do me that much good. Well, I'm not sure about plus skills on this character. I feel like plus skills is less effective.
For pre-buffing?
I mean, like,
if
for
you
instance,
can get plus 3 Shadow Disciplines, plus 3 Fade?
Blade Fury gets like nothing. Gets like nothing per point. I mean, yeah,
no.
I still want to max it, but it's still going to get nothing per point.
No, I'm talking just for pre-buffing. Like, you can, it's essentially like a barbarian with shout, so you can get plus 3 to your freaking buff tree.
But my fade.
Yeah.
Get
Plus
level,
6 is a lot, dude.
level 50 fade. Let's go.
Why not?
The damage decrease on the bosses is like steady and hilarious.
Mephisto, you were no match for me.
Yeah, 50. You're looking at plus. You're looking at max DR because 50 is the cap, and 73 all res.
One of the best reasons to put points at fade.
And curse duration is also reduced by 89%. I mean, you can't never click a shrine. You just let everybody else have shrines. You'll never die to amp again. That shit'll last 2 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's one of the beauties of building fade. God, I handle stuff so fast. I've been trying to get a gauge on how much damage I'm doing, and unfortunately, because of the enchant sorceress that keeps coming in, I wasn't exactly sure. But here I am in Act 4 in an 8-man game, and I'm handing Venom Lords their behind. So, man, it's pretty impressive how much damage it does per hit at basically nothing.
That's kind of insane. Like, there's really no reason to take fade past 50, though.
I mean, you'd still get benefits when you get amped. Oh, it's an overprotection.
But the, well, you don't get physical resist.
Yeah. You should still get physical resist. It's just overprotection, physical resist. So it would be 51, but you'd only get 50, and then if you got amped, it would be 1% plus. So instead of being at negative 50%, you'd be at negative 49. Every point over physical. I mean, it's honestly an interesting idea, is that you could essentially build like you could put on shaft stop or something like that, or another effect that has more damage reduction on it, just so you could overprotect yourself, and then amp would have even less effect on you. You would need 100% physical DR to completely protect yourself from amp.
I feel like that build right there that you're making wants to run dragon.
I mean, elemental damage also gets cut. It's one of the downsides. I posted it in the
right,
in
but
the
you
chat.
still proc the hydras, right?
On striking, yes. On attack, no. So it's interesting. Apparently, on attack effects don't work.
I think it's on striking.
Some more Blade Fury.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, it's on striking for hydras, and you also get the Holy Fire aura. Yeah, I think that's the build that wants dragon.
Always trying to bomb my chat. What do I do specifically? I swear they'll come in like 4 or 5 times too, spamming their nonsense. Spamming their nonsense. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting build though because there's no IAS. It opens up a lot of options of weapons that might not necessarily be even considered if you didn't have if you had to worry about IAS or you had to worry about cast speed or you had to worry about any of those things. Since this is my main ability.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like your shield slot's going to be so free that like just having because you have such high.
And I was even considering doing a two-handed weapon at one point, and then I was like, oh, well, I can't do two-handeds because they penalize you for doing two-handeds. So basically, two-handed and one-handed weapon is exactly the same damage for Blade Fury for some stupid reason.
Yeah, you should look into that. Maybe test it on a hero or dragon. See how many Hydras you get. Like the Holy Fire Ore is going to be insane all by itself.
Well, that's why I was really looking at Last Wish, because I thought the Glacial Spike would be absolutely insane. It's like
Last
a 20.
Wish
It's like a 20% chance or something like that, or death. Sorry, death.
I was gonna say Last Wish don't have that. It has Charge Bolt.
Death is super easy too. It's not a difficult rune word. I already have a Vex. I just need a Gull. I figure I can trade for a Gull rather easily.
Ooh, this Hydra has a it has a cooldown, don't it?
Yes, I couldn't do Hydras. Hydra would be, we're in Plains of Despair. Hydra would be, would interrupt my Blade Fury, would probably make it not work right. Glacial Spike doesn't have a cooldown, so that would work. I've got to take that into account when I choose my chance to cast items. I would like to have some cool chance to cast items, though.
Your shield slot is just so open, man. There's so many things you could do there. Firestorm has a cooldown, doesn't it?
Well, I think Phoenix is the pretty much the best choice for that because of the ED. If I'm going physical. If I don't go physical damage, if I go chance to cast, that's a whole different whole game. But
that's why Rifts run freaking Phoenix. I was like, why would you run that? You're
400% ED.
Yeah, but you lose your yeah, you can't use your freaking trap anymore. Your corpse explosion trap. I've never even noticed that it had that, but that redemption aura, like, oh my goodness, makes corpse explosion like just not a thing anymore.
I mean, you could always have it on swap. I think a lot of people end up putting Phoenix on swap.
With ED? Wait, what?
Just for the redemption. So they swap in, swap out.
No, that's what I'm saying. Riftons are running.
Yeah, but redemption has like a cooldown. It doesn't like immediately suck up corpses, and it also doesn't suck up every single corpse nearby because it has a range. So you can swap in and out of it as necessary.
So if you can hit a low one, if you can hit a 10, like what's the range on that?
I think it's like 10 yards. I think you'll find that it's not as super duper crazy as it seems at a lower level.
I don't know, man, because like as with Rifson, you're in their face kicking them though, right? So like the things that are dead are going to be right next to you.
Can't put any points in Blade for it. Blah, 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 blah. So put points into.
Oh, it's always 10. Oh yeah, it has a set radius of 10.
Yeah, Firesword can use Phoenix as well. They get that nice negative on there.
Yeah, that's really nice on a fire source.
Hail to you, champion.
They can also use Hand of Justice. I mean, you're giving up cast speed for that though, and that's really hard to come by.
Stairs are over here. What's up, Frosted?
What's your armor?
Well, I was thinking fort, if I can get it.
Oh, right. I always try to find a way to make them 1.11s work, but there's just so many better rune words.
I went the wrong one, didn't I? Yeah, I went to the wrong one. Well, it's funny because I was doing the rune word video on death earlier, and I was like, man, this seems like a really nice rune word, but it doesn't have any increased attack speed on it. And I'm like, who would actually use this without increased attack speed? And then it hit me. I'm like, well, if a character doesn't need increased attack speed, this might be a good choice. And then when I was thinking about building the Blade Fury Assassin earlier, I was like, you know, this really seems like a good choice. No attack speed, really nice damage. It's got a nice effect on it, a good chance to cast. It doesn't have any delay on the cast. There's a lot going on here that really makes sense. And my game is all glitched out. It's not like loading a whole squares. Like I was literally in one of the black squares earlier. What is going on? That's amazing. Let me go walk into this black square. Look, I'm just in a black square. Look at this. This is beautiful. Look, I'm shooting out shurikens from my from my no zone. Talk about Cloak of Shadows. That's right. You guys can't see me.
Lance card's not bad. It's got Deadly Strike, Life. Damage taken goes to mana. The shield options are pretty meh.
Yeah, I've got a lot of really nice shield options. I'm actually kind of at a loss of what to pick, because obviously I'm not going to get a Phoenix. Not right now. It's not going to happen anytime soon. And,
well, it's not gonna work with your build, like, because it's gonna break your, you gotta wind up again every time you proc a Hydra.
Phoenix has Hydra too? I thought it was Dragon that Hydra.
You're right.
But anyway, that's not going to happen. So it's pretty much a choice between a whole bunch of other shields. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm very tempted to just make this a melee character. Like, despite the fact that this is a ranged ability, there's no reason why it couldn't be a melee ability as well. I could give it the melee treatment, and I could just get in there and fight. I mean, with massive physical damage reduction, max resistances. I'd have to build.
Looks like you want to go Storm Shield.
I'd have to build the correct, faster hit recovery. But other than that, I can't really see why it wouldn't be freaking awesome.
Umbrals has blind. I don't know if you're getting blind from somewhere else.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I was looking at Flesh Ripper, but if I didn't do Flesh Ripper, if I did Death instead, yeah, I could get a blinding effect from somewhere. I also want as much Deadly Strike as I could get. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Death is so appealing, because it has 50% Deadly Strike. And then I'd use in G-Face, which would give me Crushing Blow and Deadly Strike as well.
Well, you have to think, with the Claw I just gave you, you're going to get like 30% right there from Claw Mastery.
I freaking love this ability. Like, the Crushing Blow spam is very beautiful. Like, you just watch the monster's HP just slowly whittle away. And I can only assume that it's going to stay this way the entire time. So it doesn't matter what difficulty setting I'm in. If I'm attacking a monster with this, their HP is going to go down exactly the same. thing is I really need to get that the bottom end up so that when the crushing blow starts to diminish, they die faster.
Lance Guard has 20 DS.
I need to figure out exactly how much I've got running. Because if I run Death, that's 50. If I run G-Face, that's, what was it? I can't remember. It's in my stash. I have to go check.
33?
And then Gore Riders is 15.
The Crushing Blow is 15. The Deadly Strike is higher. Are you gonna stick with the Angelic? Because you always have
If I can't solve the attack rating issues, then yeah. If I can solve the attack rating issues, then I'll probably go with something else.
Well, you have High Lords, which is going to give you 20 attack rating, Deadly Strike, in all skills.
Which is just another reason why I was looking at Death, because Death has a 20% attack rating bonus on it. Just a nice flat percentage based bonus on it.
Well, you get a percentage base from Claw Mastery too. Now you get 220% at level 20.
Bink, bink, bink. Apparently everybody's already in River of Flame, you bastards.
And you get off-weapon ED from it too. Like, I feel like that claw is going to be way better than Death. Now, yeah, you're not going to have a on striking skill from your weapon slot anymore, but you can get it somewhere else. Like, what about the gloves? The well, you don't want the meteor ones. That's a problem. A lot of the on-striking things are, what do you call it? Oh, you could go dual claw, and then on your offhand you could have Shadow Killer for the 33% chance to cast level 20 Frost Nova.
Frost Nova does sound delicious. But I think it only takes into effect your main hand weapon. I think I remember reading that somewhere.
For the on-striking?
Yeah. So any effect that is on the offhand apparently does not work when you're dealing with two claws. Which is why I pretty much ruled out dual claw. Like I didn't really want to go with it. And plus there's a lot better shield options. There's a whole lot of limitations to this build, and the limitations just seem to keep pointing me toward a one-hand plus shield. And while claw is definitely an option, I was just looking at the really sexy non-claw options. And ever since I found a Flesh Ripper, I really want to make a build with Flesh Ripper in it. It's such an amazing weapon. So many nice effects.
Well, you'll figure it out.
Ben Weaver, Blade Fury doesn't change its frames ever. It's not affected by any source of increasing or decreasing its frames, as far as I know. I don't even think it's affected by Decrepify, which is a plus.
That's definitely a plus.
Not seeing a lot of super minuses. A lot of pretty good pluses. I mean, it's fairly constant. If you got your attack rating right, it hits every single time. It's, I rarely ever see it miss. Since it has, if you treat it as a melee ability, since it has a really nice range on it, you don't suffer from the same melee issues that most melee characters suffer from, where a monster runs out of range and you miss the monster, and you think you've missed the monster because your attack rating missed, but it's really because he ran out of range, and your animation went off anyway. Like, no, my animation goes off, they run away from me, it doesn't matter, I still hit him anyway.
So I just went on my barb, and my torch was 1817, so just a slight little upgrade to 1819.
Oh, I accidentally knocked Grand Visor of Chaos off the thing, my bad. I'd remember not to do that. With great power comes great responsibility. I'm sorry. I imagine this is going to work really good on Ubers. I'm going to have to try this on Ubers one day. I mean, she's not going to have any trouble with resistances. I can overprotect her with Akira's or something if I'm close to the cap. She'll bust right through that conviction. So many Eth runes dropping. Superior halberds. Dude, I'm having a lot of fun with this character. She's fun to level up. She really is. Like, it's just fun. Just running around shooting little shurikens and everything and laughing. You can get in there in the thick of it, and you can fight in melee, and you can stand back, and you can just spray shurikens and everything. You can pinpoint out extremely easily. You can pinpoint out bosses and things like that. So like, since I'm only doing single target damage most of the time, I'll like specifically target the like the leader of the pack, so to speak. And once I have him in my sights, I just keep firing until he dies. Not even death can save you from me. Died, Ebola. And dead. Bonk.
Hero's mistake is finally corrected.
So I got a couple more levels. I can use my rattle cage. That'll be an extra crushing blow. Couple more levels I can use my blade buckle. It'll be a nice decent amount of extra faster hit recovery.
Three experience shrines in one freaking area. That's broken.
Well, I just don't want to put on Natalia's though, because I got goblin toes. I was thinking about that too, Matthew. Possibly building into Death Sentry, but I don't know. I'm kind of like torn on the idea of making her super tanky instead. And I feel like a physical build will work if you have a constant and reliable source of amplified damage, and I plan to use Atmos. I think that's a really good idea for her. She'll have Atmos. She can proc her own amplify damage, and it'll just work out.
until he finds out Amplify has a cooldown.
Amplify has a cooldown?
I don't know.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Do I need any more strength for this rattle cage? I do. Okay. Some more some strength. Might as well get him now while I need him. We're almost out of normal difficulty, boys. We already passed the barrier. Well, most of us did. No God is at level 23. We need to get him to level 24 before we get to Ancients. That's the goal. He's got to be at level 24 before we do Ancients. That way he'll be 25 when we hit the kill the Ancients, and we can bring him to Nightmare with us. Dude, it's crazy how it holds him up against the wall. It just holds him straight up against the wall. The knockback triggers way too often.
Well, you're hitting him a ton of times a second.
How many times am I hitting him a second? Because I thought it was like, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but it seems like it's faster than that. Like the way they get knocked back, it almost seems like they're getting not hit like 2 times as many times as I'm thinking. I want to see him bleed. Look at him bleeds. Beautiful bleeds. It's such an S lacerator, he just said. Matthew said S last wish plus goblin toe for 95%. Crushing blow.
Look, y'all, he got his S weapon.
What's the slowest claw? Or the slowest assassin weapon, just in general. Is it the greater talons? Because I would assume since base attack speed doesn't matter, if I was going to go with claw, it would be the whatever the absolute slowest, like dirt slow claw.
Scissor or Sawaya? Oh, no. Warface is the slowest. It's 48.5 average damage on a Warface.
Boom. Just melt through him with amp.
The scissor and the slayer are 45.5, so they're not far off from the...
Well, you know how they balance things. It's the slower it is, the more damage it's supposed to do. Because it's supposed to balance the equation, but since I'm not worried about attack speed, it doesn't really do anything. It's better for me to have the slowest weapon with the highest damage than the overall best DPS version. Legolas is freaking beast though. The plus max damage just keeps going up every level, so my my damage is just kind of rolling with me. And the 35% crushing blow on it is pretty beast too. I think this is literally the Blade Fury set. Like if you're a low level Blade Fury assassin, Legolas is literally it. That's what you want. In the Blade of Fury. So, you know, two people watching. I'm interested in what you guys think of the changes. Are you guys excited about the quick slots? Do you hate the idea of the quick slots? Are you guys excited about the Players 8 on console, or could you care less? Are you guys excited about what's the player test build? Are you guys excited about player test realm? Player test realm seems like it's going to be interesting.
I want Players 8 online.
I was a little bit worried though with their comment that they made, which is a little vague. They kind of made it seem like the player test build was all going to be about like connection issues and stuff, like in the way they worded it. It was a little weird. It's like, why are you going to make a player test build strictly for testing out connection issues? I hope they're going to test out more than just connection issues. Yeah, quick slots, Bard. They're going to be adding quick slots. Quick slots. Quick slots. Who knows exactly what they're going to, you know, be useful for, but hopefully they're going to be more useful than what we've got right now. They also said there was going to be a whole bunch of bug fixes and things like that, but they didn't outline any of that in the post. Not a darn thing. Well, it's going to be keyboard and mouse quick slots. Jonah Elven Druid. So it's not going to be quick slots with a controller. It's going to be if you're using the keyboard and mouse, you get the quick slots. They're going to be different. It really depends on the character you're using, Complexic. If you're using a which one's better? If you're using a character that has a lot of specific abilities that you're using in tandem with each other, like a character who has 4 or 5 abilities or 5 or 6 abilities, like a summon necromancer, for instance, those slots come in really handy. Trust me. If you're using like a vengeance paladin that only really uses 2 abilities, then no, it's not going to do you any good. It also has a big effect on characters who what's the term? Don't have left click skills. So if you're any kind of character that has a skill that doesn't have a left click skill, you're one of the minority that only has 1 slot, and it would be nice to have more than 1 slot.
And Ginger, if you don't end up using that claw, I want it back.
Yeah, sure.
Because I know it's valuable.
It's no problem. I actually have another claw that is F that's sitting on one of my mules. It probably could be upgraded, but I think it's like 365% ED.
Oh, wow.
But it's ethereal no repair. But at the same time, apparently I can use ethereal no repair items on this build because it's...
Kixons can too, so it wouldn't matter to them.
Yeah, I had to take a look at it. I think it needs to be upgraded, though, for it to be viable, but it's... I'm pretty sure it rolled with the... as close to Cruel as you can possibly get on a rare item. Cruel's like 400%, right?
Probably. I don't know. Don't give me into that special stuff. I don't even know what charms can roll on suffixes and prefixes. Are you going way beyond my
well, Cruel is something you've probably seen before. It rolls on blue items. and I'm pretty sure it's like 400% ED, and it's something that can't roll on rares, which is why people pick up blues in the first place. So if you ever find a blue, like, cruel claw, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, because it'll be massive amounts of damage. But this one was an F with, I think, 365, and it's a rare item. It didn't have any other special effects on it. It wasn't repair durability. But I hung on to it because I knew that 365 was a really high roll on the ED. I don't even remember what kind of... I think it's in a greater... I think it's in a greater talon. I want to say greater talon, because it looks like Wolverine claws.
Okay, well that can be feral too, like a lower version of feral. Yeah, those are the only two that look like Wolverine. Is the talons and the claws. So like
some light-plated boots. If you guys want to see more about the updates, I did like a whole video on it. I know some of you guys are just joining and you don't necessarily know. There's also the link to the thing is in there too. If you want to just click on it and read it yourself, it's in there.
yeah, because you can hit you can have greater claws or greater talon, and both those will upgrade claw/talon.
Yeah, I have to check it and see what it upgrades to. It might be worth upgrading it.
The talons is faster than the claws. Their average damage is about the same though. Like it's a half a freaking point. Like so it wouldn't matter there at all.
Yeah, but average damage is also based on speed.
Oh, is it? What's Alright,
So if one weapon is faster than the other, that's what I'm saying. They're balanced around speed. So the faster weapon will do me less good because I have no benefit from the speed.
well, those two are the fastest types. That's why I always pick them up.
It might be a good placeholder then until I find something else. Unless maybe you'd want to use it on your kicks in.
If it had crushing blow, maybe. But
unfortunately, you know, rares don't spawn with CB.
Oh, they don't? That sucks.
Yeah, there's some modifiers you can't get on rares.
Yeah, because that's the only way that I would is from my Uber build. Because on the Uber build, I run the little dagger or whatever that has crushing blow on it.
I think I know exactly which one you're talking about, Complexic. I'm not sure if I have one or not, but yeah, that could be fun to use as well. The Shadow Killer.
So the claw version at the elite level would be 22 to 53, and that's the slower of the two. And then the Talon version is 24 to 44, and that's the faster of the two.
I'd have to go on my American or my mule and find it. I found it earlier, and I should have taken it out and put it in my stash, but I think it was like a higher level item. I want to say like 50, 48, 50 or something like that. So
yeah, with a mod like that, of course.
Yeah, the mod is making it way too high level. And I remember the damage wasn't even that great because it was a lower level item.
The nice thing is the requirements on them are going to both be about the same, so it doesn't really matter which one it is. They're both going to be a 115, right in the 115 range. But you'll be able to Larzik them and maybe get 2 sockets to put nice jewels in it.
Yeah, apparently the people put ED jewels in their weapons and stuff. And armor and helmets and everything. They put like an ED jewel in their Gillem's face and all that to increase their blade fury damage.
I feel like you want to put your jam in your Gillem's face. That's where you can't be frozen mod from.
You know, if I remember correctly, I think was when I was looking at gear earlier, there was a really nice cannot be frozen. What was it? One of the items that I was considering using had cannot be frozen on it. I can't remember which one it was right off the top of my head.
A shield, maybe? There's a shield with it. Well, no, that's Ryan. You wouldn't use that.
Ethereal Great Axe.
One of the weapons?
I can't remember. It could have been one of the weapons.
Because Death might have that. I'm not sure. Like, it has a sham in it, right?
No, Death is really easy recipe. It's only the only expensive ones in it are Vex and Gull. It's not even that expensive. Everything else in it is cheap. Another reason why I was considering it, because it's dirt cheap. Especially since I already have a Vex laying around. And I don't know what else I would actually use that Vex on, except for another Breath of the Dying. Or a Heart of the Oak, which I don't need either.
You have a freaking sorceress. You don't need a Heart of the Oak?
No, not for her. She needs a different weapon. If I remember correctly, I believe she needs Eschewdas.
Death has blood golem. That's interesting.
Matt says average damage does not factor in weapon speed. Yeah, Death Etnax. That's exactly what I was thinking about, Matt. I need a 5-socket Ethereal Etnax, though. I'm pretty sure I freaking had a superior 5-socket Ethereal Etnax at one point, and I dropped back on the ground because I didn't know what it was good for. Should have kept the dang thing. Or I might have actually stored it away. I don't know. I'd have to check my mules.
That's definitely something you wouldn't mind putting in Superior, because you don't have to ever repair it.
Frozen River suckers! We got a shockwave bear.
Shockwave's like the bad leap.
That's pretty cool how you can control how it spreads, though.
But it like does the same thing as leap, but it has just such a lower radius.
Nah, it stuns. Leap doesn't stun.
It do though.
No, it doesn't stun. It's a knockback. You're just using it as a stun.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, but he only has to cast it once. You gotta cast it over and over again. Shockwave goes up to ridiculous. I think it's like wait, 12 seconds or something like that. Like at a certain point, when you get it maxed out, you literally just use it once, and everything's just standing there dazed for like eons. Well, at least in combat time. I remember one time we had a freaking Shockwave Barbarian. I mean, Druid. All he did was just spam Shockwave, and literally nothing in the game was able to attack us. He was just stunning everything. I don't even think he was doing any damage. I don't even think he had any damaging abilities whatsoever. He was just running around with his shockwaving everything.
I mean, that's how the leap barbarian was before I got grief. He just literally I can just control everything, and everybody else kills.
That's why whenever I talk about Bear Druid, and they're like, "But your Bear Druid sucks," and I'm like, "What? 12-second stun that you can spam?"
Yeah, but Barbarian can do that too. With Warcraft.
It's not even just 12-second stun. It's not even just 12-second AoE stun. It's 12-second AoE stun that you can spam. And does damage.
Right. Same thing, but with Warcry, but you also get item fight.
Well, it's also like multi-shot too, so you can control the spread, and you can like focus it and you can spread it out really far so it hits like the entire room. It's kind of interesting.
No, come on now. I don't. Our Warcry has the same range as that.
Shockwave's meant for it.
No, it's a cone in one direction that may be like.
It's a cone in one direction that can be either a tiny little like effect, which is pretty much a tunnel vision, or you can target right next to your character and it'll literally spread out all over the entire thing, like in like a 180-degree arc. It's pretty ridiculous. It's fun to play around with too.
I'll take Warcry and the other thing any day of the week.
I mean, if you're a druid, you can't.
Well, they can just get Warcry charges. Call it a day.
He knows that Leap doesn't stun, Matt. What he's talking about is something else entirely. He's talking about the ability for Leap to essentially lock a target, which is essentially the same as stun if you spam it over and over again. But it's not the same though, because with stun you use it and forget it. Or Leap, you have to keep using it. But for the purposes of a stun, the fact that it locks a target and they can't do anything, Leap does in fact lock the target. That's basically all we're saying.
In fact, Leap is better because like you might forget to re-stun because you didn't count properly how many seconds you had left. Whereas with Leap, you're like, I just had to leap. I just had to leap again. I just gotta leap one more time. Let me leap.
Alright, so I'm running 25%, 25%, so 50, 60, 70, 85% so far. That's pretty nice. Can't use G-Face yet, I'm pretty sure.
The funny thing is, like, with Leap, like, I've joined games where people needed help with something, and, like, I just spammed Leap, and they were able to get what they needed. Whereas with, like, a freaking Shockwave Bear, it would be like, hold on, let everything get over here to me first.
I'm gonna go get my resolstances. My resanstances.
Which they could do, because, like, the freaking... The health you get from Bear is insane. So they could stand there and tank for quite a while.
Oh, man. Let's go, suckers. Well, I'm purple now. Look at me. Barney the dinosaur over here. Got more crush and blow now.
It's too bad Clutching Blow doesn't stack beyond to 100%. Like, if you got to 200%, you take 50% of their health.
It also doesn't gain any additional bonus from negative resistances either. But suffers from positive resistances. So they give you all the negative, but none of the positives. Sweet. Well, you're just in the right zone, oh god. So we're going to, when we do Ancients, you'll pop to 25, and you'll be at the right point to continue into Nightmare. Oh, now that's sexy. I just found a Death Lord, and the knockback just kept him away from me. It was beautiful. Don't need to worry about Death Lords, though.
Well, if they get a hit off on you, you're screwed, because they're going to outrun your knockback.
Maybe. Spam as much as I can.
Frenzy's freaking broken.
Cloak. Oh, so, speaking of broken, let's talk about the broken snake. I'm going to do a video on this snake eventually. But the poison snake in Neolithic Temple is in fact bugged, and I've known it for a really long time, but I wanted to look up the details of why he's bugged, and I found out exactly why he's bugged. So apparently, when you throw a javelin, there is an effect, which is the initial hit of the javelin, right? So your javelin is doing a certain amount of damage, and that damage that your javelin is doing is transferred to the target, and then whatever the elemental effect is applies afterward. Well, the effect that the poison snake has makes these little clouds, and the snake can spawn like anywhere between, I think it's like 16 to 48 clouds or something like that, and each cloud is supposed to apply poison damage. Well, apparently the bug is allowing the initial impact physical damage to translate over to the clouds. So each individual cloud, when you step through it, is applying its physical damage as if it were poison damage, and it continues to apply the physical damage as if it were poison damage, along with the poison damage, and it will do this for every single cloud that you walk through. And if the particular snake has crushing blow, which is possible, it will also apply crushing blow because it's applying a physical damage effect along with the clouds. And these clouds stack, of course. So every single one of these snakes that uses a cloud will an attack will make even more clouds, which will stack the physical damage much higher. Might also affects them. Same thing with fanaticism, because it's beefing up the physical damage, which works as off-weapon ED, which increases the small amount of physical damage that their initial. I don't think enemies can have concentration, can they?
I think I've seen it.
But anyway, basically this small amount of physical damage that their initial javelin does is essentially being applied on every single application of the cloud and the multiple clouds that spawn from them. And so literally you can have just one snake fire one javelin and murder you if you walk through it, because every time you take a step, it reapplies the poison and the physical damage on top of you. And then it continues to apply it every single, I think it's like tick that you're inside the poison damage. So your health just disappears into nothing in a matter of seconds. And that's why they are so ridiculously broken, because they are essentially applying physical damage as poison damage, which of course bypasses your poison resistance, and you would have to use your physical damage reduction to fight that. And since you can't have but 50% physical damage reduction, it's impossible to fight that. Wall of the Eyeless, if anybody wants some faster cast and some mana steel.
That's why when you see a snake there, you kill it immediately.
Oh, and here's another bonus fun fact about the poison snakes. So apparently, when the poison cloud goes away, so the physical representation that the poison cloud is there, the ability is still there. So apparently the ability lasts for longer than the poison cloud animation lasts. So when you walk through an area that supposedly has no poison cloud and you still take damage, it's because the poison cloud is still up, and you don't actually know when the poison cloud goes down because you can't see the poison cloud go down.
And what's funny is the Assassin, or the Amazon's version of it, doesn't work that way.
No, the Amazon's version does not work that way at all. It would be nice if it did. That'd be broken. There it is right there. That's the cloud. You see all the little individual pulses of the cloud as it came out? It was like 3 in the center, and then it was like 8 after that, and then it was like 16 on the outer edge, and then it was like 24 on the very outer edge, and then it all disappeared. But it lasts for a hell of a lot longer. Yeah, we got a soul harvest. Look at all these magic items we're finding. That's good for an Act 2 merc if anybody wants to throw that on their Act 2 merc. Resistances, open wounds. It's pretty good for Act 2 mercs for right now. Definitely do you a lot better than probably whatever piece of crap you got on them right now.
Unless you had that insane one I threw on the ground earlier.
I was a little bit worried about mana at first when I started building this, and then I realized it does mana steal. So, yay! Well, we about to blast through this. Hello, Moon Lords. What's up, buddies? Our paladin's got concentration now. Now the damage is flying off the chain.
Boy, that's 1999 if I've ever heard it.
Off the chain?
Off the chain.
Uh-oh, we about to be tested by some ancients. I hope y'all's ready.
Alright, gentlemen. I call it a night.
Yeah, have fun, Jack.
Good luck, guys. Congrats on 99.
Who got 99?
Oh, I'm sure y'all will be there before the night's over.
That's right.
I shall prove worthy.
Get some of these bows. We got everybody here. Remember, if you die, just stay dead. You'll be alright. You'll be okay.
Come on.
Bink. Corlick, I hear you like Blade Fury. We are the devil. Well, that was fast. Look at this. That was almost like they wanted us to go faster. They're like, here, we heard you could use this.
I heard you guys are here for a speed run.
Speed.
I mean,
And literally, we got the waypoint right away. Look at this. Like the gods are with us. What's up, Frenzied Ice Spawn? Grand Chabby. They should bounce from enemy to enemy. That would be awesome, actually. Get a little ricochet action going on. Could lose a little damage per ricochet, like 10% damage loss per ricochet until eventually it hits 0, and that's when it breaks. Yeah, Nightbot, you tell him. We're gonna find out, SZA what's it Wongasan. Wongasasan. Butchering names since 1992. Could I just fire them off in the distance? I kind of like it. Oh, here it is over here. Pew, 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 pew. Too bad. What's up, Deathlord? Apparently hit causes monster to flee works on these as well, and I'm kind of torn on whether I would actually want those. I feel like they would really slow things down. Everything running away all the time. But at the same time, it's definitely a very interesting form of CC that would be certainly viable. Kyle, don't down my Blade Fury build, okay? I'm gonna kill Ubers with this thing, you watch. I will kill Ubers. Oh. Please catch all my shurikens, they are just for you. I throw them and I hit you in the ear, yes I will. What's that? You cannot hear me sing, 'cause you are deaf today. Oh, I'm sorry for hitting you in the ear, in the ear. Don't sleep on them small chammies. I found an all resistance 5 small chammy here in normal difficulty one time. Yeah, Whirlwindston. We got that bow. Got that bow. Boom. I'm actually starting to dig Cloak of Shadows. I think Cloak of Shadows might be the way to go on this character. I'll just spam Cloak of Shadows all the time on everything. It's a negative defense, a pretty huge negative defense at that. It gives me defense, apparently, when used, which is obviously going to help keep me alive. And it makes it harder for them to fight back. Like this. They're all blind and stuff, and I can't do nothing about it. Oh, the chat isn't on screen because we had spammers before that were spamming hoochie wally wally bang bang stuff, and so I had to take it off. I'll put it back on. Yes, hide your kids, hide your wife. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife. Is Cloak of Shadows considered a curse? I've never really thought about this until right now. It's a curse, isn't it? Which means I can't use it in tandem with amp damage. I was just thinking about that. It's a curse and it overwrites other curses. Huh. Sup, Bale? Don't worry, I got your number. I'm missing a lot. Only a 66% chance to hit him. Missing all of that. I don't know. I just tested it and it overwrote. It overwrote amp damage. At least that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, I've noticed my amps disappeared sometimes.
I could be wrong. I was just wasn't exactly the best test in the world. It's just me clicking a button and going,
Want to go to a random waypoint and test it out?
Yeah, sure, we could do that. Let's give it an official test, shall we? Let me get my. Oh, I can't use G-Face till next level. Dang. One more level. I guess we already cleared this entire game, didn't we? I bet you there's still some monsters in Area Plateau. There's probably plenty in Area Plateau.
Okay.
Here we go. Yep. As soon as I cast it, your amp went away. So, yep, Cloak of Shadows overrides amplify damage. I thought it was kind of interesting. It's a little powerful of an ability, but that makes sense now that it's a curse. Isn't there a Necro curse that has negative enemy defense? I could have sworn there was.
Probably. I don't know Necros that well, unfortunately.
Well, you're on a Necro.
Yeah, I'm
You can
looking at his
check and take a look.
Decrepify amplifies damage taken.
I was checking to see. Somebody said they dropped something on the ground, but I don't remember where they dropped it, so.
From what I'm reading, I don't see anything that's specifically defensive.
Well, I know weaken is attack. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and I can't remember. Alright, I will take a quick break. I'm starving. I'm gonna get something to eat. And we'll pick this up in Nightmare, I guess. Since we're all the appropriate level. Yeah, everybody's above 25, which is exactly where we need to be. So we're gonna pick this up in Nightmare. So if you need to go get yourself some equipment, or go grab something to eat or a snack or whatever, go ahead and grab what you need to grab. You should have some time. And I can start using some of these poison damage jammies. Yeah. Drop some of these crappy ones I don't need anymore. Add some poison damage to my attack. Yes. Excellent. I've been holding on to like 1,000,000 poison damage jammies for no reason. I might as well get some use out of them, shall I? And they'll all start coming into effect here soon. Ooh, I can use frickin' Moses Blessed Circle. But I don't have another weapon. Do I lose the Crushing Blow if I take off the... Do indeed. I guess we'll have to see if I need the resistances or not in Hell. Or a Nightmare. Alright, I shall return. I'll be back in a little bit. Hoorah! All right. So I'm going to hop into... I can use Kelpie Snare. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful Kelpie Snare. So pretty. It's so pretty. I should go refresh my Merc. A little pluck eye. I guess what I need is Blessed Aim. Get me a Blessed Aim mercenary. Let's go, Blessed Aim Merc. What's up, Twin-tailed Comet? You waving.
I bet you wonder how this...
Ah, yes. Blessed Aim. Fazil or Durga? Let's do Fazil. Or no, we got Pratham. Good old buddy Pratham. Yeah, there we go. Has that Blessed Aim? Yeah, let's go Pratham. Let's go Pratham. Let's go. Let's go Pratham. Let's go. Might as well give him an F Skin of the Viper Magi. Because apparently I've got that laying around. And a Kelpie Snare.
I can't use that yet.
Oh, you can't use a Kelpie Snare, you bastard. Oh, you need to be level 33. Hmm.
I am overburdened.
Here, have a Superior Volge. And here, okay, here, one of these, and one of these, and one of these. There you go. Multispectral Superior Volge. It's perfect for you. Alright, next game. GGM Noobs 2. Same password. Bink.
Good day.
Dimming back. I mean, basically, when it comes to Blade Fury, are you killing things? Yes. Are you killing things quickly enough? Yeah. Is it AoE? No. Can you make it AoE? Yes. So honestly, it's viable. I've got ideas. Let's just say that I have a couple ideas that I know for a fact will work. But I'm not exactly interested in those particular ways, specifically because they're not the way that I would prefer. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that I'm going to avoid them if there's no other option. Like, take, for instance, Death Sentry. Probably not going to build Death Sentry. But if I could build it, if I needed to build Death Sentry, I would. Like, if there was no other way for me to make this build work, then yeah, I would go for it.
Good day. Good day. Great.
I gotta wait for everybody to come back. Necronomenom. Anomenom. 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 You are correct, Winkill. Comment. You are correct. And you are also correct, Matt Soko. The things that proc delay affecting abilities do in fact negatively affect me. So I've got to keep that in mind. All these claws. All these claws. Alright, we ready to clear some Den of Evil? We got all the people back, or? I don't even know. Is everybody ready, though?
They'll never see me coming.
No, I see that insight aura. I see that insight aura.
He's like, look here. If we're gonna go fight space aliens, we need some insight.
And skeletons. So many skeletons.
I mean, who doesn't need skeletons? I got some poison damage proccing now. Useful. Nice, Siggy. Into the den of evil. Being rude to everything. Rude, rude, rude. Rude, rude, dude. Look of Shadows is nice.
Do you want me to stop amping over it?
Well, you know, it's interesting because even when you amp over it, it seems like the effect stays. It seems like I'll overwrite your amp, but when you overwrite my Cloak of Shadows, it's the cloak part must not be the entire thing. It's the only thing I can figure. Because there's multiple aspects to it. It's a plus defense for me. It's a negative enemy defense for them, and it's also a lowering of their light radius, so they no longer can see around them. And it seems like it's they're still retaining some of the effects even after you overwrite the curse. So the curse must not be the entire effect. The curse must only be part of the effect, like probably the negative defense, maybe. I mean, I still obtain the plus defense.
And the den of evil is cleansed.
The rogue's test is done.
We're gonna start leveling up super fast. Nightmare's ridiculous. I swear, in normal difficulty, they almost like hold you back, like almost deliberately. And then when you get to frickin' I'm sorry, normal difficulty, they hold you back. In nightmare difficulty, it's like you've hit some sort of like wall, and you broke through it, and now they're just like, oh, here's tons of EXP. Here, just have a whole bunch. Oh, you just killed like a little level 1 turd in Bloodmore. Yeah, here's like 1% of your bar. Go ahead. Kill like 100 more of those, you got it. I don't know, despite the fact that it removes amp, I might still use it anyway.
Yeah, I don't mind reapplying. It doesn't bother me.
Well, no, it's even for myself because I was planning on using amp, but I mean, it's I can control when Cloak of Shadows goes up, so if I don't want to use it, I don't have to use it.
Makes sense.
Honestly, I think my amp is going to be pretty targeted from Atmos Scarab. I don't think it's a rather high level amp. So it's probably only going to have a very small range anyway. So, you know, run into a group of monsters, blind them all, amp some of them. I think it'll still work out. I'm also noticing really nice benefits to blinding things, like the fallen shamans that can't seem to resurrect their allies. So that's nice. So I'm trying to beat up Flavie, alright? She's the guardian of the Bloodmore. She let in a bunch of monsters and they infested the Bloodmore, you know, the Den of Evil, but it used to be called the Den of Speevil, but they changed the name. Need 115 strength for G-Face. Should have been pumping strength. It's a rookie mistake. A rookie. Uh-oh, somebody's got to arm a King Leonard. The wall of bow.
I will have it actually in 2 levels. That's gonna be fun.
Man, freaking Fuzzball over here is hitting like a Mack truck. I just watched him one-shot a Gargantuan beast.
Alright, I have acquired food units. What is the name of the next game?
It's just GGM Noobs 2 with the same password.
Excellent.
Yeah, I heard Lacerator's pretty good. Some Greavies. The hell, where are you, Stony Fields? I run across the entire edge of the map. And I'll see if you can join now. Grand Jammy. Pride will definitely speed things up as a summon necromancer. Yeah, definitely. Infinity is not really going to speed things up as a necromancer. Get a little bit of negative defense, but that's about it. Unless you're running, no. That pretty much doesn't help a necromancer in any way, shape, or form. Poison necromancer gets nothing, because conviction doesn't help poison resistance. Conviction is not going to help magic damage from bone spears. It does a little bit for corpse explosion, because corpse explosion is 50% fire. So a tiny bit there on the corpse explosion, but not really worth it. It's not going to help your skeletons because they're melee. It'll help the mages, but the mages are kind of poop anyway.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
Hello?
I mean, yeah, if you were running Trank set and you were trying to get the most out of Firewall and Meteor and Fireball, you could use that. It would definitely help for that specific purpose. You could also tag it up with lower resistance, I guess, but that would be some really niche building. Let me use Cloak of Shadows inside the darkest area ever. Man, Fuzzball is, he got some kind of upgrade, man. He's hitting like a Mack truck. Just watched him one-shot those poor little champions. We just walked over him and laughed.
I'm leaping along just trying to keep up with him.
Not sure what weapon he got, but man, that's beast. It's a beast weapon. I had to check and make sure we weren't running around with like a level 80 something. It's like, huh. Ah, that explains it. Frickin' Rib Cracker. That's a beast of a weapon right there. Hell yeah. If you guys have never seen Rib Cracker is ridiculous. Especially if it's an ethereal Rib Cracker, but it's odd in it. I think it's considered one of the best weapons possible for a druid. Specifically because it has lots of defense as well, so even though it might not be the absolute best in terms of DPS, apparently it's the absolute best in terms of defensive capability, along with a massive amount of DPS, because, you know, obviously you get no shield. I can't remember how much defense it has on it, but I know it's a lot. Oh, there you go. Well, yeah, but obviously not right now, because you're using it to beat the crap out of things. If there wasn't a two-handed penalty on this particular build that I'm making, I bet your Rib Cracker would probably be a decent option. Well, yeah, but because you're running Bear, right? 100 defense translated out to a lot more than just 100 defense. You got all those multipliers going on. You got all those snazzy multis. I love how Cloak of Shadows is supposed to make them all blind, right? But it literally, for any monster that doesn't already have a light radius, it immediately gives them a light radius of what I'm assuming is 0. So they have like the tiniest light radius possible, and it lights them up on the map. So I couldn't see them before, and then I can see them. So as soon as I hit the Cloak of Shadows, I can see exactly where they are. Like, see these skeletons right here? Of course I can't use it. So then now they have a little tiny light radius, so now they're visible.
Until I am them.
Steve. Is this hardcore, Jose? No, it's not hardcore. I'm afraid if I was playing hardcore, I'd be playing by myself. Plus, if anyone died in hardcore, I would be so tempted to play Another One Bites the Dust. Probably hurt some feelings. Another one bites the dust. Ooh.
I If you can't stand the heat, don't walk into the kitchen.
Ethereal ghost armor.
Yeah, I think if you played Another One Bites the Dust, I'd probably get, after I lost a hardcore character, the single tear rolling down my cheek.
The single tear. Hey, we'd pick up your items, okay? You could re-roll. It'd be alright.
Fair.
As long as you have your loot corpse on. If you forget, well then your second tier is gonna fall. Be like, I was okay until the second tier fell. It was just too much. It'd be really sad too, like you die and we'd be like, oh no. I'd be like, but at least we can get your... Oh no. So many oh no's. I mean, it can't be. Demonback said, you know, instead of Another One Bites the Dust, we would play "In the Arms of an Angel."
Ooh, that's good too.
Fly away from here. And then Tyrael comes down. It's really it's theatric.
Hero, looks like you died, though I wished you had done better.
Pretty much. That's Tyrael's gag, right?
Yeah, because he already negs you in Act 2.
And Tyrael's too.
Yeah. I wish you'd been here faster. Okay.
I mean, you could have left me directions. How about that?
Yeah, you're free now. Enjoy.
Could have left me some directions. Yeah, directions are nice. Did we already get Kane? We didn't get Kane yet. We didn't get Kane. Then Kane's gonna nag us. We don't need Kane to nag us. He's gonna be like, well, if you had rescued me, I might.
He likes to overcharge for the IDs as well when you do that.
Can you imagine how many, like, absolute junk items Kane has brought on a regular basis? I mean, just imagine, like, little kids and, like, old grandpas and stuff bringing him stuff. And, like, can you identify this? And he's like, sure, for 100 gold. And it's, like, a rock. Just, like, a rock. And Kane's like, this is a rock of imagination! Gives plus 10 to imagination and plus 7 to courage.
Sounds like a nice Santa Claus South Park ripoff.
So that's how Wirt lost his leg.
Mm-hmm.
You'll take your leg off with that toy.
I can just hear Kane too. He's like,
Stay a while and listen.
There seems to be some magic in that old black hat they put on Snowman's head. He identifies the hat. It's like +1 to Snowman. It's like, what the? +1 to Snowman?
I have a low mortal skill.
That's what it says here in the book. It says +1 to Snowman. I don't know what to tell you. Got everything from the books. Like, you know, Kane, I don't think that everything you read in the books is true. He's like, oh, no, it's true. Good lord, all the bone walls. It's a good thing my my little attacks go through your bone walls, sir.
How can you tell there's actually anything alive in the middle of that bone wall?
Yeah.
You kind of just feel around with your mouse and just hope you hit something. You just hope for the best.
You have bad luck, dude.
Yeah.
Rain collar. Oh la la. +2 strength it is. I need strength it is.
Extra strong, extra fast. Nice.
Such
Oh, suki now. Blade Fury is maxed. Now we get to move on to other, more important skills.
I leveled up off of that rescue there, dude.
Rescue Rangers! I didn't know Arm of King Lyric was such a low level. It's gotta be the arm. It's interesting. The arm is great for ranged characters because if a ranged character hits you, it puts a bone prison around the ranged character. But if a melee character hits you, it puts a bone prison around you and gets you trapped.
That's helpful.
It's freaking awful. So great for ranged, not so great for melee. The melee, when the meleeans come up, it's like, oh, here, die. Love it for the ranged monsters, though. It's actually fairly useful for them. What's up, champion? Hey, Millabragus. Magic Fine Shield. Uh-oh, Stone Skin Monster. See, Rib Cracker is just as broken of a weapon as Flesh Ripper. I've been looking at Flesh Ripper with greedy eyes. It just has so many broken abilities on it. And the 50% IAS. Die, champion. Ain't got time for none of your shenanigans. What's a good base for barb or breath of the dying? It depends on what you want to make. You want to make an axe barb? You could do a berserker's axe. If you want to make a pike barb, I think war pike is one of the best ones. War pike can also be useful on a druid. I've heard that the breath of the dying war pike is a pretty solid weapon. Trying to think all the options off the top of my head, but it really depends on whether you go one-handed or two-handed, whether you're going for like Frenzy or Whirlwind or things like that. There's a couple different options. I mean, sometimes it's just depending on what weapon you choose. So if you've chosen a specific class of weapon and that's the one you want to go with, then you're going to need a specific base to go with that class. Yeah, like the Thunder Maul, I think, is one of the highest damage bases for Breath of the Dying. Very, very awesome. And you have to be, obviously, a mace class for that. Wizard Spike is a viable option to Spirit, Mr. Dune, definitely. Especially when you consider the fact that by putting it on, it frees up a huge number of other slots for other pieces of equipment, which you could put plus skills and stuff on. I mean, you get 75 all res and 50% faster cast, plus to mana, all sorts of really nice good effects from that. I think Wizard Spike is definitely worth it. You can even socket Wizard Spike and make it even better. So you can find like an all resistance jewel, or you could put something else in there that you really want. Maybe plus to mana after each kill, or you know, there's a lot of different things that you can throw in the Wizard Spike to make it even better. Whereas you really can't make Spirit better. It is as it is. But just imagine you had an all resistance 15 jewel in that 75 all res weapon. You'd be running, you know, 90% all res. It would definitely free up a lot of other slots for things that you would like to do with them. Two-handed frenzy. Well, swords are unique because they have the ability to dual wield, obviously, and you can also use your two-handed swords as one-handed swords. I believe the CB, an FCB, would be a good option, if I remember correctly. Colossus Blade, I think is what it is. It just opens up a lot of options, the same way Last Wish opens up a lot of options. If you think about Last Wish, has all those effects on it, the Crushing Blow, the Fade, the Life Tap proc, you know, it's got all these different effects on it, and you can take off other equipment which you had dedicated to getting you those effects, and you can put other better equipment on. So that's really what you got to think about with Wizard Spike. Not is it better than Spirit? Think about what can I put on now that I've taken Spirit off. So now that I have this massive resistance coming from this dagger, what can I do to accommodate the fact that I've put this on? And you can usually make up the +2 skills pretty easily, and keep your resistances. And then on top of that, you could also just have it on swap. And that's the other beautiful thing about it. You could just have it on your swap hand, and then whenever you come into like areas that are very, very, very highly elemental, you could just plop it on and blow through those areas real quick, and then take it back off when you get to the more physical damage areas. CB versus CS. I know what CB is, Crushing Blow. What's CS? I don't recognize the acronym. Or the abbreviation. Critical Strike? Critical Strike / Deadly Strike? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, the difference between the two is pretty vast. Crushing Blow is something that, that gets the monster's HP down to a workable level. And Critical Strike / Deadly Strike is what helps boost up your damage, so that when you get the monster down to a workable level, you're getting there sooner. Because Crushing Blow will always get the monster down to a workable level. It's just a matter of how many hits does it take. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? A 1, a 2, a 3. Crunch. Yeah, Ramos, but he's talking about a Breath of the Dying, which is better to be made in a non-phase blade base. There's no reason to make Breath of the Dying in a phase blade. It's silly. It's a very silly thing, and we do not go there. Oh, that is Camelot. We don't go there. It is a silly place. Got that fanaticism running. It does nothing for me. Sorry, I was like really confused about where the hell I'm supposed to be going right now. I didn't see this little like small gap over here. We got 2 druids up in here. Up in here. Up in here. So close to my golem's face. And yet, so far. Owl and turtle. I don't know why whenever I see the word turtle, it always reminds me of freaking Tuttle from MASH. They made up a character on that show called Tuttle.
That's one of my favorite episodes of MASH.
Oh yeah, you remember the Tuttle episode? Oh, brave Tuttle, always volunteering when he shouldn't. He died in the line of duty. But he did have a GI insurance fund. To the orphanage. Never thinking of anyone but himself, Mr. Tuttle.
Man, that's a MASH deep cut. That's respect right there.
Are you kidding me? I've seen MASH like 4 times. And that's saying a lot. You know how many seasons there are in MASH?
Yeah, seriously.
Little, it's a great show, but it did kind of go downhill toward the last couple of seasons. That was when Alan Alda took over the directing.
That's why I love in that scene in, I don't know if you really watch Futurama very much, but with the MASH robot where he flips the switch between comedy and tragedy.
It's so true though. It is.
This isn't a war, it's a murder. This isn't a war, it's a moida.
Moida. I don't know, that whole thing was the Korean War. I mean, if you look at how South Korea has turned out since then, I feel like it was a good thing we were there. I mean, South Korea's become a rather affluent country. Is that the right word I'm looking for? Very, very rich in culture and art and all sorts of interesting things. I mean, they've definitely proven that they're you know, free, I guess would be the term. Free. They're free. Right. All sorts of interesting things have come out of there.
And it's definitely a lot easier to notice that when you can contrast it with their neighbors.
Yes. When you contrast it with North Korea, you really see exactly what they would have become most likely if they had continued down that road.
Into the catacombs.
I don't like it down here.
Freaking Tuttle. And Houlihan that had the hots for somebody that didn't exist. That's the part that really got me about that. She was literally about to jump out of her own panties for a character that did, for a person that didn't even exist.
To be fair, doesn't that sound like most Comic Cons?
But she'd never even seen this character. Oh wait, no, didn't they put like a fake photo in his file or something?
I think they did.
And he had like brown hair or something. I think I remember that. Like luscious brown hair.
I remember how everyone was gushing about him.
He went to Polytechnia. Polytechnia. Yes. In Germany. Well, MacArthur was getting a little old by then, McLaurin. I think MacArthur had seen his best days. But then again, I mean, he wasn't exactly wrong in that China was going to interfere, and they did. Maybe that's what he was getting at, was that China was going to interfere, and they did. So, I mean, his call there was a little drastic. Let's just say, a little on the drastic side. He probably could have just said, "Hey, you know, China's going to interfere."
How often do people listen to other people who are being calm? Come on now. You gotta scream and shout and make yourself heard, right?
No, well, if that's what he was trying to do, he certainly made it work. Nice rare ring. 19 eagle. I got some 29s, I'm good. If anybody needs it. I'm actually trying to get away from using them. What's up, beautiful lady? Pew, pew, pew. Almost level 40. Well. Can't really say much about MacArthur. He went through a lot. I don't really know enough about him to really form any kind of opinion on that.
I'm far too Canadian to form an opinion on anything. Come on now.
Hey, you guys took part in like every war.
Yeah, but up until recently, we were only ever the peacekeepers.
Y'all were the ones that made the Firefly.
We also had the Avro Arrow, which was so far ahead of its time, it really upset a lot of people.
If we didn't have the Firefly in World War II, probably would have lost. Apparently it took a Canadian genius to realize that he needed to mount the 17-pounder upside down inside the turret. I don't think anybody would ever thought of that.
Sounds like something a Canadian would do.
So apparently the Sherman couldn't fit a 17-pounder, and the 17-pounder at the time was the only gun that could penetrate the armor of the Tiger and the Panthers, and it wouldn't fit in the Sherman. And apparently some genius Canadian up there was like, well, what if we turn it upside down? I mean, what does it matter if it's right side up or not? And he finagled it in there. And apparently it was pretty cramped, but he got it to work, and so the Fireflies were like part of the platoons. I think there was like for every like 2 Shermans or 3 Shermans, there was 1 Firefly hanging in the back firing 17-pounder shells, which was a pretty powerful gun at the time.
Pretty amazing.
And they were like the meat to the potatoes. The ones in the front were basically get shot And the Firefly was in the back, like, aiming. They're like, come on! We're getting killed up here! It's like, hold on, I don't want to miss my shot. Like, 2 more Shermans blow up. He's like, miss it, go ahead, just shoot.
I know all of my grandfathers had fought in the Second World War, and quite glad they did, because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to handle that.
I heard tank combat was pretty crazy. You were either invincible and nobody could kill you, or they could kill you, and you were just, you know, basically sitting inside of a tin coffin.
Pretty scary thoughts there.
There's this one story
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, she died in all about 2 seconds.
That's always nice.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take the dog out and do some other stuff. I'll be right back.
Death becomes you, Ondariel.
We haven't done Kane yet, dang it!
Oh, we're all out of whack.
This ain't right, man.
He's gonna charge us so much now.
Well, only if we go to Act 2.
Oh, okay.
If somebody were to activate him later on, then he'd show up, and then we'd all be charged like 100 per identify, and that's just not cool. Oh, looks like people are in Act 2 and talk to Kane.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Can't do it anymore.
Well, thanks for going east, guys.
Well, since he's away for a minute, I'll be right back myself. Got a long way to go to find this character actual gear worth using here.
Finally.
The caravan. Yes.
The caravan is prepared.
That's right. It's going to be 300 gold to identify now. Welcome to the robbery train. It's like Crazy Train, except robbery.
I know much of
I noticed. Don't think I didn't notice. Oh yeah, Kelpie snare time.
To good use.
Alright, let's go get our free skill point, I guess. That fire damage, though. I noticed the enchant. Don't think I dang noticed that the dang old enchant. Most of the monster here are nearly immune to fire damage, but it's kind of creepy how when you have fade up, you can see through your helmets that are supposed to cover your face. I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but see, I'm wearing a big helmet right now that covers up my entire face, and you can still see my face through it because I have fade on. It's a little weird. It's a little odd. What's up, Kyle? We're doing Kane, Kyle. Kane.
Deckard Kane.
Love that G-face, though, man. 35% crushing blow, 30% faster hit recovery, plus 15 strength. Hell yeah. Still using Clay Gloss set. 35% crushing blow is hard to beat. Hello, it's me. Who's me? It's Kyle. Kyle me. Did you think it was any other Kyle? Because there's only one Kyle. I'm the Kylest of Kyles. He obtained the title by dueling all the other Kyles in the universe in a one-on-one. That one-on-one Kyle duel. Does dual wield or weapon plus shield always offer more affixes than two-handed weapons? Affixes? You mean like the actual effects on the weapon itself? I want to say equal. They kind of made it equal, I guess. It's a little difficult because there's some really nice shields. I mean, do you lose the bonuses of the shield? Yeah. I mean, there are some really, really nice shields, and no matter how good the two-handed weapon is, there's a very good chance you're losing out on some bonuses. But it really depends on what your build is and what you want to build. So if you are a druid, for instance, two-handed weapons are your bread and butter. So you know, like Ribcracker. Ribcracker has amazing stats on it, and kind of overshadows any shield that you could put on the character. It's not really that simple, McLaurin. The problem is that even if you had, say, for instance, 10 prefixes and suffixes on a two-handed and only 5 on a one-handed, there is no guarantee that those 10 that are on the two-handed are going to be as good as the 5 and 5 on the shield and the sword, because you can have 2 of the same modifiers. So for instance, pretend for instance you had Crushing Blow on something on a two-hander. There's no guarantee that it's going to be better than Crushing Blow on a sword and a shield, or for instance Open Wounds, or there's tons and tons of different effects that you can get, so you can make any number of combinations. And so your sword and a shield can be useful for specific purposes, and your two-handed weapon can be useful for specific purposes. I mean, take for instance something like the Flesh Ripper Dagger, which is literally 50% negative 50% target defense, Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, Open Wounds, Prevent Monster Heal, and Slows Target, all in one nice, neat little bundle. It's kind of hard to beat that, especially when you can use this on top of a shield. You get both. You get a 1 and a 2. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. They say the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. Alright, we got 4 points. Frost Nova and Ice Blast, huh? I'll change up my setup now since I've got Gold Kill Hatchet. So I'll just go and throw 2 diamonds in here, but I don't. I do have 2 diamonds. Sweet. Lose a little bit of Crushing Blow, but my resistances are maxed. it got freezes target on it? It's got to be going off, and I just don't see it.
I gotta say, it's quite impressive how quickly everything dies once the crowd catches up.
Oh hell yeah! We've got all these auras running. You know, we got everything we need. I mean, we got fanaticism, we got thorns, we've got blessed aim, we've got holy freeze. It looks like we've got might. I think there's some might mingled in there. Like we're running just about everything right now. And then the wolves and the mages and the skeletons and everything else just ripping things apart. Plus, it's freaking bear over here stunning everything, so it can't even move. It doesn't even get to run away. It just stands there and dies.
If it doesn't die immediately.
I mean, I've been targeting the bosses specifically, so every time there's like a pack leader, I just pick him out and I kill him really quickly. Let you guys deal with all the trash.
I think everybody's doing the same thing.
What, taking out the boss?
Yeah, because I've been doing the same thing too, and it's like, oh look, it's dead.
Dead.
And then the Pali's Vigor aura is up, or somebody's is, and all of a sudden I'm flying across the screen going, ah! What? Where did I just go?
That's right. Wait till you, have you ever leveled a Frenzy Barb before?
This is my first. I never did bother with it in the old days.
So Frenzy Barbs are interesting once you get them capped out. You literally go so fast that you can't even click on stuff anymore. Like, you gotta wait for it to go off just so you can, like, click on a door. It's nuts.
Well, I let my 8-year-old pick what character he wanted. He wanted a Whirlwind Barbarian, so it has Whirlwind, but I'm going to use it for everything else.
Wow, yeah, Whirlwind is Whirlwind. Tasmanian Devil.
Exactly.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I used to watch that cartoon. I know the language. A lot's up.
Yeah. Oh, that took me right over to Animaniacs for some reason.
Leveling up super fast. I don't even need any more points in Fade right now. I think I'm pretty much good for all of Nightmare difficulty. Don't need another point. Still chucking points in there, because why not?
Ooh, waypoint.
What a novelty. I think one of my Eth weapons is level 43. I might have to go grab that, so bring it with me. 43 or 44 or something like that. Oh, Bartex is 42. Ooh. Ooh. I'll take a Bartex. 7% lifesteal. Hell yeah. I got +2 assassin. +2 assassin. Even faster now. Oh wow, my damage went way up. I mean, like even with the with all the auras, I'm running 1,000 damage a blade fury now. That's pretty good for what is essentially what 75% weapon damage.
I remember trying to do that back when I used to play. It was fun. I ended up turning it into a kicksin at the end.
Oh, she's gonna stay. I keep my characters at whatever they're supposed to be. I like to keep them that way.
Well, that was in the days of being able to level a character up to 90 in half an hour. So if I didn't like it, I'd just strip all the stuff, re-level it.
Oh yeah, those days are long gone.
Oh yeah.
I remember being able to sit in town next to the teleport and get like 6 or 7 levels in like a couple of seconds.
Oh, we just do Ubers, line it all up.
No, I mean, it used to be so ridiculous you didn't even have to leave town to level up. Just being next to the portal was literally enough.
I missed that.
I remember many times, like back in the old G-Rush days, like before these crappy G-Rush days, which is kind of why I was arguing against the G-Rushes these days, because they're not really quite as fast as they used to be. But in those days, man, you could literally stand in town in Chaos Sanctuary as a level 1 character, and somebody could just kill Diablo while you were in town next to the portal, and you would get like 10 or 12 levels.
It's nice.
I don't know what they did to like completely nerf the crap out of that, but they did.
I've heard that I've heard the Ubers are pretty much not the same anymore.
I don't even think they give you XP anymore. Or drop items, or anything, really.
That's not all that surprising, to be fair. It was a pretty insane way to be able to level quick.
People like to exploit things. That's what they do. They're exploiters of things. They exploit.
Isn't that how pretty much every dupe method was found?
I just never cared for it, you know. I always thought it was an awkward way of playing a game. Like, there was always this crowd in MMOs and whatever game you play, there's always this crowd that, like, all they do is follow the bugs around. Like, every time somebody discovers a new bug, they literally make the bugged character, go play it, like, exploit the crap out of it until the developers go, hey, you guys know this is wrong. And then they nerf the ever-loving crap out of it. And then they abandon that character, sell all the gear off. And then go make the next bugged character on the list, and it's just a never-ending cycle of, hey, here's another bug, let's make this bugged character. Oh, here's another bug, let's make this bugged character. Never really understood that style of play. I always picked a character and stuck with it.
I managed to get one of my paladins up to 98 back in the old days. Never bothered with 99.
If it was bugged on my character that I'd love to play, I'm not gonna say no.
I know I used the strength bugging effect to get my smiter pure vitality, so I could walk into Ubers and it was really just easy.
Pure vitality builds.
Back in the days when, you know, I had obscene resources and a large crowd of people that I played with.
Well, I found out about the Angelic bug and I used the crap out of that.
I haven't done that yet.
You've never played around with the Angelic bug?
Still haven't found an Ami since Resurrected.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the attack rating bug. So back in Diablo, original Diablo, there was a patch. It was kind of like the patch where Lord of Destruction had introduced the set armors, and you know how like before they made the set armors have set bonuses, they were just sets with no set bonuses at all. It kind of sucked.
I must have missed that. I think I started in LOD.
Alright, so the day that they added the sets, they were super excited. You know, they had this big old patch, and they were telling everybody they were going to add them, and everybody that logged in, you know, if they had the sets like sitting around on mules, which a lot of us did. I was a collector at the time, and so was my brother, so we had the sets. And Angelic had +1 to all skills added to the amulet, which was a pretty big deal at the time, and people were excited about it. So so they were trying to figure out how to work it into their builds. And come to find out that when you put the amulet on that gave you the +1 to skills, and you took it off, the +1 to skills didn't go away.
Oh,
and not only did the +1 to skills not go away, the +1 to skills would, if you put the amulet back on, would give you 2. And if you put the amulet back on, it would give you 3. And if you put the amulet back on, it would give you 4, all the way up to 99. And so literally all you had to do was take the amulet off, put it back on 99 times, and you had 99 to all skills, and your character was literally God, running around murdering everything. And,
every tree filled. That's disgusting.
Yes, 99 to all skills, every tree. And it was just amazing. Like, I remember we went around on, we used not static field, charge bolt. Charge bolt was actually what we used, because charge bolt did so much damage at that point. It was ludicrous. And you know how the number of bolts scaled with the level. So imagine the damage of it going to a level 99 damage, and the number of bolts going to level 99 bolts. It was absolutely insane. You could literally just walk into an area, cast it a couple times, and this like literal death field of lightning would just come out of you. And there was no gap between any of the lightning. It just looked like almost like a solid white just field of lightning. And anything that it touched just instantly evaporated.
Oh, I'm so sad I missed that, because that was one of my favorite things of having the max FCR sorcerer back in the day.
Yeah,
they hit that 200 mark or something, and it was insane.
And I remember specifically building, like at that time we had a couple extra skill points, and we were putting extra skill points into skills just so we could test them out with level 99.
That would be insane, no matter what character.
As you can imagine, it got patched out pretty quick.
Gee, I wonder why.
I bet you there's somebody in chat who remembers the broken Angelic set.
I know I came across my notebook that's filled with all my old accounts and mules and what was where, because, you know, it's definitely been too long since the last time I logged into any of those.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure that mine that I was playing recently on live stream and stuff, it's probably been too long for them too. I know it's been too long for the mules. I haven't logged in and checked them in a long time.
Yeah, after a while it just became pointless.
Well, the idea of logging back in and maintaining my characters was just it's a little mind-numbing.
Especially depending on how many mules you had, because that was, what, 10 per account?
Well, plus they have rate limiting, so it's not like you can just log into each character real quick and refresh them. You gotta spend like an inordinate amount of time getting it done.
Well, you had to spend 5 minutes every 90 days, I think, just to keep them permed. 5 consistent minutes.
Which was all just absolutely stupid. Let's delete a person's character and make it so they don't want to come back. That sounds absolutely great.
Especially if somebody took your name in that, you know, period of time when you haven't brought it back yet.
Well, apparently you could recover some of your characters if nobody stole your name, but good luck if you had a name that everybody wanted.
Yep. I know I lost my passion sorcerer that way. I was very unhappy. I think that's part of what pushed me out of D2. Had to go back home and take care of unfortunate family events. And
oh, I know a lot of people who are like that. My brother was talking about it one day. They got the Diablo bug, and he bought Diablo copies for his whole family. And I can't kill this egg. I can't hit it with Blade Fury. Oh, there we go. He bought copies for his whole family. They were all playing online. They were having fun. Apparently, something happened. They couldn't play for a while. When they logged back in, all the characters were gone, and freaking kids were crying because their characters got deleted, and it was like a whole mess. And they vowed they were never going to play again. And I'm like, dang.
Yeah, that's nasty.
But, you know, now that you don't gotta worry about your characters getting deleted. Yay. Yay.
Yeah, but I can't have as many windows open anymore.
What do you mean? I'm multi-boxing?
Oh, I had my hammer and smiter going because I could AFK during an Uber leveling session and just go watch a movie if I wanted to. Which makes me wonder, how often did I upgrade? Like, how did I keep my shield up as a hammer? But I don't know. I had a way of doing it.
And that lasts for a long time once you get to a certain level.
I guess that's fair. He was 98 at the time. And after a while, you stop having anywhere else to bother putting points.
So I'll take some of these jammies. Jammies. Doesn't really matter. The jammies are jammies. Take those jammies, do-si-do, put them in your inventory. Jammies. If anybody needs this hatchet, I no longer need this hatchet. Thank you for the lending of the hatchet. The hatchet lending.
Holy cow, everybody's hired so many mercs, there's only a few, they're half gone.
That happens.
If anyone happens to have a spare half-decent barb armor, let me know.
Barb armor?
Well, anything. I'm running around in bone flesh right now. It's got nice open wounds and lifesteal, but that's about it.
Try, we should make that, that little +2 barb armor. Super cheap to make. 3-socket armor? You have any 3-socket armors laying around?
I do have, but I don't know which one you're talking about.
Myth. Just +2 barb. Nothing super special.
Oh, it's gotta be better than what I'm wearing.
And a decent 3-socket base you could put it in.
Hell am death. Well, right now all I've got is a light plate, but level up to 51 and I've got a scarab husk. Nothing fancy.
But he said my Amelia could really use that bone flesh. Lifestyle. They're salivating over your bone flesh. Am I high enough to use my, I think I'm high enough to use my gore riders. Let me check real quick. Gore rider's like 42 or something like that. 47. Okay. So, getting close. 44. Might as well hang on to him. Vegomatic. She slices, she dices, she makes julienne fries. Every family's gonna want one, a Blade Fury assassin. Your very own. And don't forget that she works autonomously. Say it with me, folks. Set it and forget it.
Well, now I just have to find myself a hell rune to try out that armor. Because apparently I have not lost my knack of not being able to find half-decent ruins.
Hell rune.
Give me 2 seconds.
Got plenty of those. Pretty sure everybody's got plenty of those laying around.
Yeah, I don't. I think I have one on my ruined mule somewhere.
I guess I'm just saying somebody will give you one. It's not a big deal.
I'm on that. What's your character name?
I'm Blabard.
Blabard. Okay, hang on.
Yes, letting an 8-year-old pick your name is awesome.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Blabard.
Oh, look at what dropped from this mob kill. That's amazing.
Why,
That's the hell and the rune you needed.
thank you very much, sir.
No.
I was actually exploring the idea that dual runes were useless. I was trying to figure out what they transmute up to, and they transmute up to hell runes.
Oh, well, that's good to know, because I've got an insane amount of those.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the +2 will give you some help to your BO. You're using BO, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's going to give you more health, more defense, longer lasting orders. So that's definitely nice. I'm sure you'll find a better armor eventually, but +2 to all skills for Barb is definitely nice to have. Get you a little bit more natural resistance, get you a little bit more iron skin, get you some more battle orders, more shout, more other skills you're using.
I'm using a lore helm actually with extra iron skin and something else.
Oh, there you go, even more.
It was one of those, hey, that looks half decent to use until I find something better. And apparently all my friends are deciding to join my games today, so, you know, I keep bringing them through.
But they don't know we're on YouTube. Haha.
Well, I warned Frosty. I think that's part of the reason why he disappeared so quickly.
What's up, champion?
Oh, no wonder I was moving so slow. Wasn't running.
Roads. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
What leaps for?
I remember watching this movie one time. I can't remember the name of the movie right on top of my head, but man, this movie was nuts. It was about some like mountain horses and how mountain horses are like super duper brave and do things that other horses would never dream of, and they're like wildest dreams, like run down the side of a mountain, I kid you not, and like fight lions and crazy crap like that. And I'm like watching this movie, and they're like, yeah, the guy has this horse that he loves to death, and apparently the horse gets loose and joins the mountain herd. And apparently he's become one with them, and he keeps trying to get the horse back because it's like a super valuable horse. Like apparently he could sire an entire like herd with this horse and make himself millions of dollars or whatever.
What kind of COVID rabbit holes did you go down, man?
And this is an old movie. It's really old. And so anyway, he keeps trying to get this horse back, and he doesn't have a mountain horse to chase them. So like as soon as they go off a mountain cliff, like they can't, he can't chase them, and the horses literally just like ride off the mountain and literally run down the side of the mountain like as if it's nothing, and he can't get them. And the zoo apparently like has like a train coming through, and in the zoo there's this lion on the train, and the train falls over. Of course, the lion gets out, and he's worried that the lion is gonna kill his horse, and the lion does find his horse, and the horse kills the lion. And I'm like, holy freaking crap. And I looked it up because I'm like, no freaking way. I was like, horses can't kill lions. And come to find out, it's actually true. Apparently horses can kill lions. Apparently it's a thing. They rear up on their hind legs, and they like come down really hard on top of the lion. If they hit him just right on the head, they kill him. And they do it enough times that eventually they get lucky. And like, if the lion doesn't kill him quick enough. And I'm like, frickin' A, man. What is with this movie? Freaking horses riding up the side of mountains and horses killing lions and crap.
In a darker tomb.
It didn't even make any sense.
It doesn't sound like it.
No, but apparently it's all true. And I started looking up other weird facts about horses, and apparently horses are some vicious animals. Apparently they're carnivorous. Apparently they will kill and eat certain animals, namely like rabbits and smaller animals that they can stomp to death essentially. And apparently it's a whole thing among the more wild horses that they don't really care what they kill or eat. And I'm like,
That's interesting.
like I thought horses were herbivores. Apparently they're not.
Learn something new every day.
Well, apparently he had taken like the position as I guess like I don't know what you'd call like the head of the pack in a horse corral, like the head mare. I mean, no, not mare. The stud.
Lead stallion.
The lead stallion. Yeah, the stallion. I think that's what it is. Apparently he assumed the role of protector of the herd, and apparently that's a real thing. Apparently one horse will actually just like run around beating the crap out of things, protecting the herd.
Man,
that's
cool.
That's a nice little large jammy. Anybody need any strength and mana? Got a 5+5 strength, +20 mana large jammy. Perfect for like a sorceress trying to put on equipment.
If nobody in game wants it, I could definitely use it for a different character.
I don't mind if I do.
Really fun trying to get everybody in the same spot to bow these days.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Man, seeing this druid run around makes me wish that I had actually gone with my Javas on. Except I missed you guys at the beginning there.
You would have been rocking it pretty hard.
Oh, hey, at least I get give bow to everybody here.
This is pretty fun too. It's a fun way to level up your character as opposed to just G rushing them. You get to actually play around with your character, find out how the abilities work, kind of work things out a little bit. Actually,
Well, that's how I got them up to 30.
You know, actually see how things are gonna go with your character, so you know what abilities you might actually want to put your points into.
Yeah. Well, and my kid will be happy. Oh, you played my barbarian. Oh, you're such an awesome daddy.
You leveled up your Pokemans.
Well, no, I'm too old for that. No.
What are you talking about? I love Pokemon.
Yeah, no, I'm too old for that.
It's freaking just an RPG like any other RPG.
Yeah, I was out of high school by the time Pokemon came around.
At its core, Pokemon is literally just an RPG. That's literally all it is. And it's funny because before I ever played Pokemon, I played one of the Final Fantasy games that had a Beast Warrior in it. It was pretty much the same thing.
Remember in 7
summoning all these
breeding
little
Chocobo.
pets. Man, them mummy sarcophagus don't stand any chance. Those are like the highest HP monsters in here. They get ripped to shreds.
I couldn't believe how long that turret lasted with everybody pounding on it.
Oh, turrets are notoriously difficult, but I don't know. I think there are certain abilities that don't work on the turrets.
And we don't have any sorcerers because they tend to annihilate them.
What's up, Claw Viper Temple level 2? We're well on our way. Where you at, Fangskin? Have a little bit of that. 92% chance to hit. Still hanging in there. Thankfully, the effect on the the effect on the angelic rings goes up and up and up with level. So right now I'm rocking 552 attack rating per ring, and it's just going up and up.
Very nice.
Eventually, I'll have to take them off. There's got to be some better combination I can go with. I'm sure there is. I bet you I could find the name of that movie. Mountain Horses Kill Lion Movie.
Any chip gem to upgrade a dole, right? Or does it have to be a specific one?
I think it needs to be a specific one. I don't remember which one. We got an emerald. Try that one.
Ah, cheers. I didn't realize there was a minus requirements. I would have used a higher level one if I had known that.
Well, I'm gonna hop off for tonight, but thank you guys for the lovely group.
Been fun?
Yeah, here it is. It's called The Lion and the Horse.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah. $1952, a little bit older than I thought. Pretty sure when I saw it, it was in color. Maybe it was colorized. They do tend to do that in some of the older movies.
Well, the amazing thing about old film is if they recorded it on film instead of VHS, obviously not of that era, but you can get 4K out of that because film was such a much better long-term preservation method.
Well, it's all about developing it. So once they develop it, it's in whatever quality they developed it in, which is why a lot of the older movies were developed in absolutely crap quality, like like the 640 by 480 televisions we used to watch and think they were awesome. Which is like 120p.
Well, the thing is, and I only know this because of Star Trek, because it's wonderful. Deep Space Nine they filmed with proper film, but Voyager they filmed with proper film and then did their development on VHS. So if they ever wanted to upscale Voyager, now they have to completely redo every special effect in order to upscale it.
Oh yeah, and
but with the other one, they did it straight on the film, so they could just upscale it anytime they want.
I've had a lot of fun watching a lot of the Netflix movies and stuff, just simply because they keep putting the movies up there, and they're way better quality than they were. Like Jurassic Park's up there, or at least it was up there. And it's definitely been pulled from the tapes. It's not the original that we watched back in the theaters or anything. It's a much higher quality, and you can just tell. And a lot of the older movies are like that. Like I've been going back and watching a lot of the older movies in the newer development. It's very cool.
That's very interesting. Makes me almost want to go watch some.
Yeah, I mean, just think of like a really good movie that you probably you know, would like to see in a higher quality, a higher fidelity, like Jurassic Park, and go take a look at it. It's those movies on there you can tell are higher quality. I mean, it's pretty obvious that you know, like when you pull it up and you're like, okay, well this is this is way better. And my
Hey,
freaking
Fuzzball, you're awful big in front of the chest there.
Alright, guys, I gotta go to work tomorrow, but I'll be on tomorrow. After work, probably.
Cheers, man.
Have yourself a good night.
I mean, we got to level 46. That's pretty good. We're in the middle of Act 2. We got the staff, too, so... We're moving on up. Didn't quite get to my gore riders, but boo-hoo. Alright, guys and gals. I'll see you tomorrow.